International Airport, and you're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at LiveATC.net.
You were invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Hello aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of showplanes at Sun and Fun. Witness a stunning array of aircraft in our showplane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily, limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website at www.flyasnep.org.
Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun and Fun 51. With an incredible 22 number one hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun and Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Hello, this is Paul Zarnicki here at Paradise City Sun and Fun 2023. We're going to talk about the STOL Invitational here that's going to happen on March 29th, 30th, and the 31st right here at Paradise City. So right now we're here with Anitra Goddard. She is the Sun and Fun Director for STOL. How you doing, Anitra?
Oh, I'm fantastic out here. Oh.
So we're here with Anitra Goddard. She is the director for Sun and Fun STOL. How you doing, Anitra?
I'm fantastic. I'm happy to be here.
Excellent. So I hear there's some wonderful big names going to be doing this STOL Invitational here at Sun and Fun this year. Who do we have?
We have Jeff Pohl is coming out here. He's well known in the light touring class in his 170. Warren Grobular, he is a crowd favorite in his beautiful polished 180 with the tennis ball accents. And also, of course, everyone's favorite, Steve Henry is out here debuting his new just aircraft, Yeehaw 8.
And I understand last year I had to put my earplugs in specially for him. He winds that thing up. It's very loud. But we did see him take off in, I think, under 20 inches last year.
That is not uncommon for Steve. If we have a good headwind coming right down that runway, he can lift off in about 20 inches.
And let me tell you what, if you've never seen Steve Henry or these other folks here for STOL, we got Luke Spoor, got Steve Rodenbauer, we've got Steve Henry, of course, as we said, and Richard Ness, Gary Schmidt, Doug Jackson, Jay Sanford. Warren Globular. And like we were saying, the Warren Globular in that Cessna 180, it is highly polished, and the sun really glints off that. That is something to see, and they're a very, very strong performance, especially Jeff Poole as well.
And Paul, don't forget, we do have Dan Reynolds from Alaska. He is known for...
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 a.m. is on the air live. We are ready to turn up the fun at 51. We are broadcasting live from front deck at the radio station here at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We are also video streaming thanks to our sponsors from the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, who we will be speaking to in just a minute. This morning, our opening morning is going to be called the Beauties and the Beast Radio, because we have us 4 mugs and 2 lovely ladies on deck. Those of you watching out on our YouTube channel, we're streaming live video, so thank you guys very much. Thanks to Green Bay, we're having all this capacity to bring you even more and better content. One of our beauties on the deck this morning, and I'm going to jump right to her because she's going to be on Sun and Fun Live in about 24 minutes.
Coming up.
Amanda Holly, Channel 8, Tampa Bay, right?
Tampa Bay, yes.
All right. And you are the weather person on Channel 8.
Morning meteorologist.
Okay. See, I didn't have my notepad to get it proper. Amanda Holly, the morning meteorologist on Channel 8 out of Tampa. And she starts my day. First thing I do every morning, turn on Channel 8 so I can hear what Amanda has to say, so I know how to plan my day. And now Channel 8 has been in business, do we know how long?
Long time.
A long time.
long time.
We're looking out here, and it's kind of pea soup out here on the campus.
It is,
what are we looking at today, Miss Amanda?
It's foggy out here. There's no doubt about it. But over the next couple of hours, just like yesterday, fog's going to mix out, and it is going to be sunny and hot.
Oh, boy.
I mean, sunscreen, water, and the sunglasses are going to come in key, not just today, but all week. And we'll probably start out each morning with a little bit of fog. Today's obviously very foggy out there, but it will clear by about 11 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
And then we're going to have a nice afternoon for the air show. Light winds today. Winds pick up Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay. How's it looking in our evening show when we do the drones? How are the winds looking for Wednesday evening?
Winds are going to be a little breezy. They should die down a little bit, as we get toward the end of the day, right? The sun sets, winds calm down just a bit. But I'm just tracking a low chance for a stray shower today and tomorrow. Should be mostly dry. Shouldn't be thunderstorm activity.
That's great.
But it's going to be hot this week.
Well, and let's be honest. A little bit of a shower keeps the dust down.
It does, yeah.
So, and I mean, we're all here in 11 through the F1, so we all know how that goes. Jack has a very relatively famous video shot from the door of the radio station during the tornado. Jack Hodgson. Good morning, Jack. How are you?
Good morning, David. And it would be an even more famous video if you hadn't dragged me out of the doorway. I was standing right there in that doorway shooting video of this crazy storm out here. All right.
And the last thing we hear is my voice in the background going, "That's the freight train noise. Everybody inside.
Get inside.
Close the door. Jack, shut the door." So
none of that this year.
None of that this year. We're not going to have that this year. So we've got beautiful weather. Now you're gonna have to blow out of here because you are on Sun and Fun Live.
Sun and Fun Live today starts at 9 o'clock with me and Jean, and we got a couple of guests today. We're talking about how to photograph the airplanes here at Sun and Fun. We're talking about the bash today, but we're live every morning at 9.
Great. Now you did, I'm just real quick, and then I'll let you get out of here. They've got a simulator over in the museum.
Yeah.
And I saw a segment where you did on the simulator. And that's actually a company that, and I laugh because the guy's a lot like me. He wants to do something, so he starts a company to justify the expense. All of our little laser goodies are compliments of Articulaser, the laser company that I started so I could donate stuff to Sun and Fun.
There you go.
But he built simulators using real cockpits. We're not talking about your Microsoft and you're sitting in your office chair. You're sitting in an actual cockpit with display screens. And they did a great piece. We're going to get with him, but I want to let everybody know they should stop by the museum and look at that simulator. And they also have an original Dilbert Dunker, which was a lot like the what is it called where they do? You guys did it, Jack, where you do the water training. They put you in a cockpit and flip you upside down.
I didn't do it. Higdon did it.
Higdon did it
and told us stories about that. Yeah,
and that
it was helicopter shows for when helicopters go into the water and then roll over, and how do you get it out upside down.
Yeah. So Jack did that, but the Dilbert Dunker was used to train pilots what they do if they go in the water, if they land in the water.
Yeah.
And this guy found this fuselage, he bought it, and it's got all this stuff on it. He's like, this doesn't make sense. He researches it and finds out that it was one of the Dilbert Dunkers right here when this was called Drain Field. That's why we've got Drain Field Road. This was a bomber base during the war, a bomber training base. And there's actually two different, as my understanding from the guy who does the simulators, and he'll be here in a little bit to talk to us. There's two different things. During the war, they had dedicated airfields for aircraft. You had B-24 fields, you had B-25 fields, you had fighter fields, you had trainer fields, so all around the country. So this was actually here on the air base, the Dilbert Dunker, which was a simulator of running into the water.
Very cool.
Amanda Holly, anything else you want to add before you run away? I don't want Gene mad at me because I kept his beauty.
9 a.m. 9 a.m. live. Yes, we're live at 9 a.m. Drink the water today and tomorrow
Yes.
and the next day. One of the hottest years that we've had in recent years. So
Super. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
joining
you're
us
welcome.
this morning. We look forward. She's gonna do her best to be here every morning.
Yes.
Thank you,
8:30.
Amanda.
We'll be
We
here.
appreciate
Thanks for
it.
having me,
Amanda
guys.
Holly, Channel 8. Yay! All right, now the other beauty on our deck this morning, and I've mentioned their name a couple of times. It was mentioned right as we came to the deck. Susan Levitt with Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, otherwise known as Green Bay.
Yeah.
GRB. FlyGRB.com.
Yes.
FlyGRB.com, Green Bay International. You guys are, and everybody's like, well, why is Green Bay at a Florida air show?
Well, we have another air show in Wisconsin. You might be familiar with it.
The one whose name does not get mentioned on my station. No, I'm kidding. Of course, she's talking about AirVenture.
Oh, is that the one?
Yes,
Okay, huh.
yes. Dave and I started working together, I think, 5 years now.
Something like that, yeah.
I think it's been 5 years, and we've kind of added things as we've gone. And what we do here is we promote our airport as an opportunity for folks to fly into for AirVenture. Last year, thank you everyone very much for supporting us. We had about 450 GA aircraft that were in Green Bay for the week.
And
That's outstanding.
And the restaurants all wanted me to make sure that I said thank you, and the hotels wanted me to say thank you because now they know to look for the wristbands and the sunburns. So, but they said they were some of the nicest people that they had ever visited. They said please bring them back. We love having them. So thank you to everybody that flew in. We also have commercial. So Delta, American, United, Frontier, and Sun Country will get you into my airport. And yeah, we're happy to be here again. Sun Fun Radio.
You need to work out a deal with Avello to get them to fly. They can go from Lakeland to Green Bay.
Yes. We have a good connection with the folks over at the Lakeland airfield over there.
Well, now the AirVenture show every blazing hot July in Wisconsin.
Yes.
As opposed to blazing hot here in Florida.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
right.
at least we have 70-degree foggy mornings. To start our day. I mean, that's not. But that happens at Whitman Field in Oshkosh. Why would people go to Green Bay instead of flying into Oshkosh?
There's a point where you've flown into Oshkosh and you've done that, and you maybe don't want to deal with the NOTAM that's 3 inches thick, and figuring out how to do that, and then
it can be very stressful. And the idea of going to remote, distant airport, whether it's West Bend or Appleton or better yet Green Bay, relieves a lot of stress because you're set up to receive pilots. The pilots don't have to worry: is there going to be a car? Is there going to be transportation? Is there going to be this, that?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that was my question. So are, for example, rental cars a little more available that week up there?
Yeah, we work really closely with our 6 different rental car companies that we have in the airport to ensure that we have enough cars. I still tell people to book your car early. Last year, we still had car availability as close in as 3 weeks ahead of time, but
that's good to know because
they'll add. It's just we have to keep communicating with them as we're seeing reservations.
One of the annual challenges if you fly into one of the closer airports is you can't get a rental car. I mean, you can't book a rental car like a year in advance.
Yes. Yeah. I think the one year you and I had talked about 3 months ahead of time that we wanted them to make sure that they were booking their rental car 3 months ahead of time. But we've worked really long and hard with those companies to make sure that they're adding inventory.
Excellent. So if you're a pilot that just wants a calm, rational, relaxing landing to go to AirVenture, you're going to fly into GRB. FlyGRB.com. We're going to do a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to talk with Susan some more. I'm going to introduce the UCAP radio hosts this morning and my good friend Tom Frick. But and on this background music, Ken Dravis. You got a chance, go on Google, KenDravis, pilot, songwriter, song singer. Thank you so much, Ken, for allowing us copyright-free use of your music.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Hey Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red, velvet, and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history.
Calling all aircraft owners, builders, and restorers who flew their aircraft to Sun and Fun, make sure to register for aircraft judging. From Tuesday through Friday, have your aircraft judged alongside your fellow aviators. Whether it's home builts, light planes, seaplanes, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, or vintage classics, we've got a category for you. Winners will be celebrated at the Aircraft Judging Award Ceremony on Saturday evening at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Prop 75 building. Check flysnf.org for more details.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the Expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and joining techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating, along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plane Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plane Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plane Paradise City area.
Hey Sun and Fun fans, we have a new area called the Sandbar, which will be co-located with our Light Plane area in Paradise City and will house food trucks, a large shade tent, picnic tables, and benches. The best part? Sun and Fun Radio will be piped in so you won't miss a single thing from our great interviews to the daily air shows, night shows, and sunset aerial circus. Turn up the fun at 51 and get your tickets now for the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida, April 1st through 6th, 2025. For the first time ever at Sun and Fun, we're thrilled to host the Academic Drone Soccer League World Cup on the evenings of Thursday, April 3rd and Friday, April 4th at the Aerospace Pavilion. Drone soccer inspires students to pursue aerospace and science education and career opportunities by providing a hierarchy of competitions and events that highlight student skills in engineering, aviation, teamwork, and leadership. Get ready for an action-packed showdown as teams take to the air in this high-energy competition.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA, and
now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live 25. Hey, that kind of rhymes.
I
Just
like it.
Turn up the fun at 51. Chats from the Deck Live for 25.
I like it.
Broadcasting live from the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo here in foggy Lakeland Linder Regional Airport.
Hey, she gave us
Lakeland,
some
Florida.
good news.
She did. I'd love to have Amanda come up. Yeah, it says, she's a beautiful woman, but she does an outstanding job. She is really knowledgeable. She does a great job for us, for Channel 8, and coming in and helping out Sun and Fun. She commented while we were off there, every year I'm doing a little bit more, and I'm like, that's really not a bad thing.
Right.
Now, I want to, before we step back in and talk with Miss Susan some more about GRB, flygrb.com, I want to introduce Mr. Jack Hodgson. Good morning, Jack.
Morning, David. How are you?
I'm doing great. Jack and I first met back in 2007.
I believe, yes.
When we did the Uncontrolled Airspace General Aviation podcast, uncontrolledairspace.com.
Correct.
And they came and did a live episode of their podcast, and it was so well received. I said, come back next year and do 2. And we did 2 episodes of Uncontrolled Airspace for a lot of years.
Yeah.
And it was just a lot for you guys to do, so we've gone to 1. We're doing a live Uncontrolled Airspace on Saturday night after the air show, in between the day show and the night show.
Exactly, yep.
And another voice that you hear, he's one of the voices in your head. And another voice that you hear on Uncontrolled Airspace is Mr. Jim Goldman.
Good morning, everybody. Or I should say, good morning, aviators. It's Pilot Jim G from the Uncontrolled Airspace podcast.
There we go. So, and Jim is here with us. Jim has been a friend and supporter of the station we actually brought it up last year. Our very first computers came as a donation from Jim's company when
I
they
had
upgraded.
Completely forgotten that, and Dave remembered.
I reminded him last night. Oh my God, I forgot him. I didn't even know who he was, and then I met him through you guys, and it was a long time before I realized. I'd known him for quite a while before I put 2 and 2 together. And then also here on deck, another podcast voice, Thomas Frick. Hello, Tom.
Good morning, Dave. How you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you?
Not too bad.
You're doing double duty here this week. You're here volunteering with us, and you're also hangar
A and Booth 41 with Aviation Careers Podcast, and also I am on the Stuck Mic Avcast.
All right.
Which I think we're going to be broadcasting here off the deck on Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday after the air show, yeah. Yep. Stuck Mic Avcast live here on Sun and Fun Radio.
Yep.
Work with Carl
Valeri
Valeri,
here and the rest of the crew.
Longtime listeners will recognize Carl. He was a voice. He was on air here with us. He ran the deck for me for a couple of years. And then he did this ridiculous thing about starting a company, and now he's exhibiting here at Sun and Fun, but it is such a boost for his company that it just can't be beat. Now, we were talking about Uncontrolled Airspace. If you listen to the Uncontrolled Airspace podcast, and I don't know, I admit I've been crazy busy, in your intro, there used to be a clip of Jeb Burnside saying, every fiber in your being is telling you to turn around as you're. He's talking about approaching Oshkosh and flying in and landing at Oshkosh. And just before the break, we were talking with Susan Levitt, Green Bay Austin Straubel International, our name sponsor of the radio station. First and foremost, thank you. We could not do any of this without your support. But that's why people would go to Green Bay. You would fly GRB. You'd fly in there. The comment was made earlier. You do it, you fly into Oshkosh once to say you did it. It's kind of like going to Key West. You go there because everybody says you have to do this, but you fly into Oshkosh just to say you've done it. And then when you want to have a sane, relaxing landing, you fly into Green Bay, pick up your rental car. Now, how far is it from Green Bay International to Whitten Field?
It takes me about 50 minutes to get from door to parking lot and to our booth and Hangar C during
So just under an hour away,
Yep.
which actually,
Not bad.
if you've tried to book a hotel for AirVenture, just under an hour away is kind of par for the course.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're hosting the NFL draft this year, so there's been some new hotels that have opened, so there's additional real estate there that you can jump into, as well as restaurants.
Yeah. I've seen airports that are near those kind of activities. You're going to get an interesting collection of airplanes on the ramp that night.
Yeah, they've told us to plan, well, they're guessing 180
or
jet size.
Right. Those guys don't come in 152s.
No, that's my point. No. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah. So we have a similar thing up in New Hampshire at the Laconia Airport when the racetrack is the NASCAR, is active. And but
well, you guys have the ice runway up there.
We have the ice runway, and I'm not anymore. It's too late in the season. But,
thank God, right?
But yeah, we have the ice runway. I'm curious about Green Bay. If you will. Apparently you have scheduled airline service, so that's a good thing. But tell us a little about the airport from the perspective of a GA pilot. What kind of services and stuff do you have?
Yeah, absolutely. I have 2 FBOs, so I have Jet Air and Executive Air. Both of them will take your reservation for landing at the airport and make sure that you have all of the information that you need for that. But we also have maintenance on site and avionics on site, so if there is an issue that you need to take care of. I was just telling Jim that every year it always storms during Oshkosh. Always, it's a rite of passage, and we often get last-minute calls from people that want to move their aircraft from Oshkosh up to Green Bay. And both of our FBOs are fantastic at sort of playing the dance to get everybody into the hangar that they possibly can. We have each FBO has over 100,000 square feet of indoor hangar space. And then I think the most aircraft, we had 450 aircraft GA last year, and for something like an NFL game, we will see 185-ish large.
And then what's it like to get in and out of there? Is it a Class Charlie airport?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is. Haven't had any complaints.
No, I wouldn't. It's just something you need to prepare ahead for and to know in
absolutely.
advance. And
how is the access for pilots to and from their airplanes, since you do have airline service?
Yeah, so the FBOs flank the terminal building. So once you have your reservation, you'll get your additional information from the FBO that you've selected. They'll brief you on any fuel, any where they're planning on parking you, and then literally, you walk into the FBO, your car will be waiting for you outside.
But can you get back to your airplane without an escort?
Nope, you're going to have an escort.
Okay.
But typically for EAA, they'll be operating as late as they have to. So same with the draft. They're planning 24-hour operations for the draft.
And now does, landing fees are a big topic nowadays. Does GRB have any landing fees?
Typically, they waive landing fees, and they'll have a fuel discount for AirVenture visitors as well.
Cool. That's great. So what else do you want to tell us? Now, we're talking about AirVenture and NFL draft. I don't want to go to Green Bay during that that pack time. Why would I come to Green Bay if I'm not for the NFL draft or not there for AirVenture? Why would I come to Green Bay?
Yeah, if you're not a football fan, there's some really cool things that are happening this summer. We have the tall ships that are coming back to Door County, which is a beautiful piece of land. They call it the Nantucket of the Midwest, located north of us. And if you want to head south, you can Airbnb a World War II submarine in Manitowoc, Wisconsin. So you and your family could sleep overnight in a World War II submarine.
That's cool.
Okay, you have to
Does
tell
it
us,
submerge?
How did the submarine get to Manitowoc, Wisconsin?
So they actually built them in Manitowoc. I can't remember how many they built, but they did build these submarines during World War II. Definitely Rosie the Riveter situation where they had turned over factories and they were launching them so rapidly at that point that it was like, people would say they'd go to a launch a day sort of situation. The Cobia, which is the submarine that you'd be staying in, is actually going to be sailing up to Door County to go into dry dock at some point as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, so maybe you could submerge in the submarine while you're...
Maybe. I'm guessing you're going to
not.
pay extra for that on Airbnb.
She's being such a good sport to my nonsense here.
And you know who would have I personally, I'm a little bit claustrophobic. I think it's cool to tour a submarine, but no, I don't want to be
Right.
I don't want to be in it with the doors locked underwater. That's just my claustrophobia. No, this is a personal thing. It's my claustrophobia.
Yeah.
But you know who would have been 100% comfortable staying there?
I did. Dave Higdon.
Dave Higdon. He was a submariner.
He was in the
military.
submarines in his service, his military service.
I was going to ask, have you ever been in a submarine? That's why I'm a pilot.
We're going to go to break, and when we come back from break, we are going to have Mr. Eric Crump, who is traditionally our first official interview of the Sun and Fun and all of pretty much any radio thing I've done, Sebring, DeLand. So we come back with Mr. Eric, but in the meantime, I'm hearing music in my ears by Ken Dravis, so that means that we are going to go to break in about 5 seconds. We'll come to a break, but come back and join us. Have fun at 51.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. We have all kinds of opportunities to volunteer, from fly-in support to educational events and field trips at many year-round community events. Volunteers earn valuable benefits, but you'll gain new friendships and experience new adventures. Find out more and get started. Just visit volunteer.flysnf.org for more info about volunteer opportunities at the Aerospace Center for Excellence and the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds. We've been roasting corn at Sun and Fun since the 80s, with all proceeds fueling youth STEM education, free young Eagle flights for kids 8 to 17, and grassroots aviation programs. Grab some corn, savor the flavor, and help inspire the next generation of aviators, one cob at a time.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the Vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly-In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Join us Thursday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent for a special time of remembrance and celebration of the life of Kevin Lacey, the popular star of the Discovery reality series Airplane Repo. Come meet the kids and members of the Tango 31 Club that Kevin made a positive impact on. Find the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent across the street from Coconut Flyers and south of Warbird Country. And let's celebrate Kevin's contribution to the world of aviation.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. I'm Dave Shellbitter, Sun and Fun Radio volunteer chairman and 46-year Sun and Fun volunteer. That's right. Yes, I'm not joking. I did start when I was 16 years old. I came to my first Sun and Fun. I haven't missed one since. We are broadcasting live from the front deck of the radio station. Chats from the Deck Live here at Sun and Fun 51. We are turning up the fun at 51. Another part of the Sun and Fun.
You're going to keep working on those till you come up with a good one, right?
I am. Turn up the fun at 51 is not mine, so
okay.
You know.
All right, well,
but and now Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is the event itself, but it is, I guess, a partner. I'm not quite sure how to define. I'm not a corporate person, so I don't know corporate structure.
Too bad we don't have someone here who could explain it.
Well, we actually have that, and that's what I was trying to get at.
The long way around.
Yeah. I've only got 30 weeks of radio. Give me a break, guys. We have the Aerospace Center for Excellence. We have the Sun and Fun Fly-In. We have the Florida Air Museum. The Aerospace Center for Excellence oversees all of our educational programs. And we needed somebody with a real good aviation education background to do that.
Is that what you wanted? Because that's not me.
Well, that's what we wanted, but we got Eric.
We got you. Yeah. So, okay. Well, I'll stand in, I guess.
Mr. Eric Crump, who is the Vice President and COO of the Aerospace Center for Excellence.
That's it, yeah.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Eric.
Thanks for coming to Lakeland. We brought the fun. We will bring the sun soon. We just got to wait for this to burn off, and then we can all enjoy both the sun and the fun today.
There we go. And the lovely Miss Amanda Holly said about 11 this morning we will have the fog will burn off.
Whatever Amanda says is probably true.
She's a pro. She knows what she's doing.
When I want to know what's going on with the weather, I just text Amanda.
Now again, you are the VP and COO. What is it? You're cuckoo kachoo. What are
So Gene Conrad, our CEO and president, is my boss. Lucky him. And so really, the way it works, to answer your question, so Aerospace Center for Excellence is the parent organization and is the primary beneficiary of the proceeds from the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. So this event is tons of fun every year, so much stuff going on, and it is just a lot of fun. But it's also a giant fundraiser. So about 75 to 80% of our operational revenue comes from the proceeds of Sun and Fun. And so this 6 days fuels the other 51 weeks of the year for us to impact the lives of young people here in Central Florida and around the world through the programs that we offer. So, in a given year, this last year we had over 25,000 youth come through the facility, either in field trip programs, through our summer camp programs. It's funny, like I've been coming to Sun and Fun since 2008, not quite the 46 years you have, but I really did just think it was an air show at the beginning. I thought you came, there was an air show, and then everybody went home. Actually, that's not the case. A lot of people think we just do this, and then we put it back in a box, and we all go on vacation for 50 weeks. That is actually not what happens. Even on the Sun and Fun side, like as soon as this gets in a box, I promise you, the week of April 14th, Gene and the entire team we're already talking about next year. We already have a theme. I can't tell you what it is. I've been sworn to secrecy. If I tell you, I think something like the ceiling falls on me or something. Maybe I get electrocuted. I don't know. I can't tell you. But so we already have the theme picked out, and we're already making plans and preparations for next year. So there is no downtime. There's always something to do here.
I know we can use lots to do at 52.
I will submit that recommendation. I'm going to pull the FA and say thank you for your contribution to aviation safety, and just really appreciate that comment. That's
awesome. Pull a Billy Henderson. Let me know how that works out.
Let me know how that works out for you. Yeah,
I think he's going to get back to you.
I'll
get back to you on that.
I'll have my people call your people. Yeah, for sure.
I'll have my dogs call your people. So as COO, you're in charge of ACE, Aerospace Center for Excellence. What is it that you do, or how do you spend your days?
That is a great question, Dave.
I know,
and I asked you not to put me on the spot. It's a lot of Netflix. No. So the other 51 weeks of the year, my primary responsibilities are the educational efforts of ACE. So all of our education programs. Our free middle school curriculum that we're about to roll out. Year 1 of middle school curriculum rolls out for free to the world in August. We already have 52 schools in 4 countries signed up to use it. So we're very, very excited about that. Expanding the reach beyond just Central Florida. We've got 2 schools in Thailand, 1 in Lagos, Nigeria, and 1 in Canada.
That's cool. Now, you're mentioning schools. I'm going to interrupt here because I want to make sure that we cover this. There's a T-33, which if y'all don't know, it's a jet fighter from the war, on a stick out in front of a 3-story building as you come up Medalla Road. What is that building?
So a lot of times people think we are the high school, or that the high school is us. So that's an interesting story, and it would take longer than the few minutes we have to explain. But the gist of it is, in 2008, we started the Central Florida Aerospace Academy in the Crossfield building. Which used to be the old maintenance building for Sun and Fun. And it leaked, and it was not the ideal classroom space. But
what did you have? Three classrooms, if memory serves?
There were 3 classrooms, 60 kids, but they wanted to be there, Dave. I mean, they wanted to be there. They wanted to be engrossed in aviation because aviation in a classroom is cool, but aviation in a classroom at the airport is even cooler, right? So, and it just kind of grew from there. James Ray, the well-known philanthropist from Naples, came and saw what it was, fell in love with the kids, fell in love with the program, and actually donated the money to build the Central Florida Aerospace Academy here in 2012. So
that is a 3-story.
It's a 3-story aviation high school. It's a self-contained aviation high school. So English, science, math, and all of your aviation stuff, it's all in one building. The cafeteria is in there. The library's in there. The kids stay in that one building all day. And then because it's such a small facility, school gets out at 1:30 in the afternoon. So then, that's really early. What do we do with them then? ACE operates an after-school program for the freshmen to get them, to let them apply. I don't know if you are familiar with today's youth, but you can talk to them a lot, but if you don't give them a way to use it, they won't learn it. So we allow them to put that stuff they learned in class that day to action. We have a bank of 3D printers they can design and print their own stuff. We've got flight sims. We've got aircraft restoration projects. There's a little something for everybody.
I want to be a freshman.
I know. But we're really sort of preparing you for what comes next, because if you find that aircraft maintenance is really your thing, or you really think you want to go in and be a pilot, then in the 10th grade you can move into the Lakeland Aero Club, which is our high school flying club. Right. So these students build, maintain, and fly their own airplanes off of the grass strip here, 1028.
And that's cool. And just a quick segue. He said the students get off school and they're kind of milling around, hanging out at the field. That's how the Lakeland Aero Club started. Mike Zanudis, who has just recently stepped down as, I don't know what actual title. He was the boss and the guy that founded the Aero Club. He used to have a company own a Breezer aircraft. The aircraft would get imported in containers. They'd deliver them to Hangar D, I believe. Mm-hmm. And Mike's company rented Hangar D. So the students would walk by and see and come up, hey, what you doing? And next thing you know, Mike's got students coming over.
Delightful accidents, which honestly is the way many of us got involved in aviation back in the day. Before there were, fences and barbed wire and security cameras and cops at every airport, you used to just be able to walk up to the hangar and hey, what are you doing in there? I'm building an airplane. You want to help? Yeah, that's what happened with me. That's how I got into it. Nobody in my family was a pilot or knew anything about airplanes. I relied on my mentors at the airport who would let me come hang out with them and build RVs with them. So, it's kind of weird how we go full circle and we just come right back to where we started. But It is. It's such a great way to engage youth because they actually get to do something with their hands. I'm not just listening to somebody talk at me. I'm actually getting to do something. And then when it's built, then I can get in it and actually fly it, which is kind of awesome.
Yeah, that's really good. I remember one of my favorite stories that Mike told was the students were getting ready to go tour Embry-Riddle, and Mike let them take a breezer, fly over to Embry-Riddle. So now you've got these high school students flying into Embry-Riddle, taxiing up to the FBO, that is Embry-Riddle FBO or whatever it's called there, the ramp in front of it, and you got all these Embry-Riddle college students looking out the window going, oh my God, look at that cool airplane, and they see a couple of teenagers get out of the airplane, and the guys in the air, the students in the airplane are going, wow, look at this building.
That's what happens when they fly to Oshkosh.
Where can people find you?
aceedu.org is the best way to go find what we do year-round. flysnf.org. It's all your Sun and Fun information. Come hang out with us and let's turn up the fun at 51.
Turn up the fun at 51, Mr. Eric Crump, who is the Grand Poobah of ACE.
Yeah, Gene is the Grand Poobah. I'm the Poobette.
The simple truth is, Jenny Lynn runs the show. So
She does.
Story time with Jenny Lynn. Check the website. Cool stuff. Eric, thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate it. We're going to break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Talk more about the Dilbert Dunker and some of the cool stuff happening at the museum.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle, the Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun and Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from STOL demos, the Eurythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun and Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year. Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun and Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions and are a great opportunity to show off your aircraft. Please visit flysnf.org to register and for more information.
Hey everybody! Sun and Fun has invested in providing a better Wi-Fi experience for its guests. We are pleased to offer free Wi-Fi in most of the core areas of our campus. Just sign into the network named SNF Free. That's SNF Free.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the Expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the Metal Shaping Workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden prop carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun Workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters. If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent, located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck live here at the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 51st annual Sun and Fun. We are here to turn up the fun at 51. A few moments ago, I introduced Mr. Jim Goldman as one of our volunteer radio hosts. A man who didn't get introduced because he was out running, taking care of stuff for me, Mr. Randy Bibb. Mr. Bibb, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sun and Fun.
You glad to be here? I hear you ditched a broke airplane, and how does it feel to let somebody else do the flying?
You know, it's, I landed in Dallas and dropped a jet off at a maintenance shop and jumped on an airliner and spent most of the night traveling here, so here we are.
Have you ever flown a T6?
I have.
Yeah?
Actually, yeah.
We've got some guests here. I'm going to step away and play chairman. Randy and Jim are going to interview our next guest. Take it away, guys.
Fantastic. Good morning. We are here this morning with, where did my mouse go? Good morning. Can't find anything. With Sean and Denny from Aerocraft Solutions. And you guys have been telling us, and we're going to share with our listeners, your terrific idea of taking real aircraft cockpits and turning them into simulators so that the simulator is as realistic as you can make it without building a Class D, Level 4, whatever they call it, multi-million-dollar machine. So is that right? Am I leading into the right description of what you guys do?
Yes, we build our flight simulators for procedures, check ride training, emergency procedures, check ride practice. They're really neat as we take real aircraft cockpit sections, end-of-life dead simulators, and regenerate them into modern simulators for the warbird industry and the contract air support industry.
Are the instruments, so are you using a real attitude indicator and a real altimeter, and then just using software to control those instruments?
A hybrid. Whenever we can, we use the original mechanical instruments and drive them with electronics. Or if they get more complex, like artificial horizons, gyro compasses, we'll use LCD instruments, which also give you the added benefit. If you have a Texan simulator, let's say, your aircraft is a Garmin 275. You can throw Garmin 275 graphics up. But the next guy that gets in has an original steam altimeter in there. You can swap the graphics out real quick and throw a steam altimeter up in that hole instead.
So this is, for instance, I buy a T6. I've not flown a T6, but for the checkout, hey, I want to buy your airplane flying in a T6. Insurance, the wife, whomever, probably requires some sort of transition training. So that's sort of what you guys are doing is a transition training into that aircraft, into the actual warbird.
Yeah, it's so you can get some practice and build some time with the simulator.
It's about muscle memory.
Yeah.
And you can build that.
Are the simulator, many people are going to ask this, do they move?
No, we find the insurance, it's so much insurance to put those in motion. Besides, most of these are aerobatic aircraft. It's negative training for the pilot since you get feedback and sensations that aren't realistic to the actual aircraft. So we decided to omit the emotion entirely for the
So
aerobatic ones.
you're learning the checklist in this sim. You're building muscle memory in this sim. So do you have a couple of these operational in the field now that we could check out, go fly?
Well, actually, we've got several of them. We've got 2 right here at the museum. First time we've had them out together. And it's a T6 Texan, and it's a, what's the other one?
T2 Buckeye.
We built them. We can't remember what they are.
Well, you're in the hot seat, so that tends to happen here. When the red light comes on, you get some head scratchers there. So where are you guys here on the field? Where are you? You at a booth or a station? Or
I think they're in the Florida Air Museum, right?
Correct.
Okay, which is, for those who don't know, right next to the high school at the west end of our field. And do you is this instructed or self-instruct? In other words, do you have an instructor sitting next to you, or can you run it yourself as a pilot?
You can, if you had procured one of these, yes, you could do both. For here at Sun and Fun, we have an expert guide to walk you through the experience. We have different experience packages, anything from just flying around to, hey, let's cold start the aircraft and shoot some approaches.
So can we come over? Is it like a free thing you do, or is it a pay for $20 for a 10-minute ride, or how does that work? If someone wants to get on your list, come over. What booth number are you in over there, or station number, and could I walk over and fly this thing if I wanted to?
We don't have a station number. We're just in the museum, but we're pretty big and prominent. Just go to the loud simulators making noise. That's us. But yeah, we have paid experiences, and there's they start at $25 an hour for the introduction experience, and they go up to $55 for the more advanced packages.
So which sims do you have there? I know you have the T6 and the T2. You may have mentioned that. What sim do you have there in the museum?
It is actually the T6G Texan and the T2C Buckeye Jet Trainer. We have both of them there.
Wow, excellent.
Full cockpit simulators.
Well, I've got a little bit of experience in the T6 Reno air races, and my team we had Midnight Mist 2, and it was the national champ airplane.
Oh.
I think we won it like 4 out of 6 years, so it was an amazing run. I love the T6, so I'm definitely going to come over and check that out.
Yeah, you're welcome to. We're glad to have you.
David, what's his Gene McNeely has helped us out a little bit.
Oh yeah.
We've had a lot of help.
Honda Gene.
We've had a lot of help from the T6 people, Warbird community. I'm going there asking, things that you don't file in your pilot's manual or in your checklist. We've got to just ask the guys, get it from them, and have them give us feedback on everything.
Sure, I know. I taught at Oklahoma State, and we bought sims here and there. And they weren't full motion. They were really flight training devices that we could log time in. And I know getting in the back end of this thing and programming, you had to be a code writer to get in there and change these parameters. It was all Greek to me, as they say. I couldn't just hundreds of pages of code that you go in and change how sensitive the ailerons or how the flaps work and air speeds and stall speeds. And so you guys get in there and make this T6 sim fly as realistic as possible.
Oh yes, the code base is quite extensive. Whenever we can, for let's say commercial clients, if there's off-the-shelf commercial training software, we can tie into that for part of the cost savings. Well, let's say the airframe doesn't exist in that simulator environment, we can develop the aircraft from the ground up.
What is the core simulator? Are you using an off-the-shelf simulator package like X-Plane or Microsoft's Flight Sim, or what's at the core of the flight?
We use primarily PrepR 3D. It's a Lockheed Martin product, or X-Plane 11, or X-Plane 12, depending on what the customer wants. I personally prefer PrepR 3D. It's a little easier for me to develop in, but whatever the customer wants, as long as the license is appropriate for their use case, we can develop in almost anything.
And the visuals are being generated from this Lockheed Martin software or from X-Plane, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then we have other software that will generate image graphics, system simulation, like even in the cockpit, where if you kill the battery in the generator in the Texan, all the lights go dark in it, and you throw them back on, they turn on. If the battery degrades, all the lights go out. So it's
very nice,
pretty realistic systems modeling and performance degradation if you have anything that's damaged.
It's so accurate. If you're sitting there and you flip the external light switch, you can watch the amps and the voltage move.
That's fantastic technology. It truly is. I look forward to come over and seeing you guys. So,
you're recording, of course, the flight as the lesson, I should say, Although it's confusing, right? Is it a flight or is it a lesson?
It's both.
That's right, it's both. You're recording it so that the instructor can go over with a student how they did, right?
That is an option. Yeah, you can have the scenarios recorded if you want to.
I know that you can have a desktop simulator that's very basic. You have rudder pedals, you plug in your computer, and a yoke and throttle on your tabletop, or you have the full-on Class D simulator that Jim was mentioning. Where do you guys fall into this spectrum of sims? Is affordable, and can the average Joe go out and utilize your devices?
Typically, we're what I would consider middle market. For example, like warbird operators, commercial contract air support companies are typical of the demographic we're going after and the price point.
Okay, so typically not flight schools per se.
No. Yeah, we're not teaching new guys to fly. We're usually teaching relatively high-hour guys to transition to other airframe types.
Well, I've got a background in sims and insurance, and I know that the insurance companies, when they get wind of what you're doing, they're probably going to require...
Denny and Sean, we really appreciate your being with us, and we're going to go take a break, and we'll be back soon.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Piper Rose Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Calling all STOL pilots and backcountry aviation fans, the Bushwheel Base Camp is back. It's the home base for the 2025 STOL Invitational pilots and the perfect spot to connect, learn, and celebrate STOL flying. Enjoy daily and nightly activities like backcountry flying forums, safety talks, and STOL competition tips. Then kick back with jambalaya night, complimentary morning coffee, meet and greets, acoustic jam sessions, and craft beers. Come for the knowledge, stay for the camaraderie. Only at Bushwheel Base Camp.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Sun and Fun's volunteer jet team hospitality ensures the comfort and enjoyment of our visiting jet team friends and family by offering hospitality services such as shuttle transportation, snacks and beverages, local information, and more to our guest jet teams. Additionally, they coordinate a meet and greet between the jet team and local youth groups, allowing them to experience Sun and Fun firsthand and create lasting memories. Thank you, Jet Team Hospitality, for making the Blue Angels feel welcome this year. If you missed it last year, now's your chance to witness the most epic night of entertainment in the sky. Sun and Fun 51 is taking the night air show to the next level with an electrifying...
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, the 2025 edition. We are turning up the fun here at 51, the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Dave Shellbitter. I'm the host. Earlier, you were introduced to Tom Frick and Jack Hodgson, and they have a guest here on deck. I'm not going to take up any more of their time. I'm going to step away. Take it away, Jack.
Thank you, David. How you doing? So we are being joined here on the deck this morning by a gentleman by the name of Cedric Gauthier, who is, according to his business card, you're Vice President, Sales and Marketing for General Aviation for Pratt & Whitney.
That's correct. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, and welcome to Sun and Fun.
Thank you. So is it a good way to start by saying, good morning, Lakeland?
Yeah, right? Absolutely. There you go.
It worked for Robin Williams, so I'll make it work this morning.
You sure? We've got a couple openings on the radio station. You should...
yeah, come on over and see us.
Yeah, that's great.
In your spare time.
A few more years before I retire, so maybe that could be a side gig for sure.
What's new with you guys here this year for the show?
Everything is new with Pratt. You know, we have our iconic PT6 that's on display with many of our customers this morning. We have our booth as well in Hangar B, which shows one of our Cutaway, an engine that we brought here. Very happy to celebrate, near 100 years for the Pratt & Whitney operating in the world as a global leader in the propulsion system. A few weeks ago, one of our customer, Pilatus, unveiled an upgrade to their venerable PC-12, so we're very proud to partner with them as well on the PC-12 and our PT6 engine.
Yeah.
Last year, we were as well very, very pleased to be here to support another one of our customer, Piper, that were unveiling the M700 Fury. Lots of good things. The PT6 now has celebrated over 60 years. Being around, supporting general aviation across many missions. You know, we have obviously corporate owners, but we have various segments on the security and defense. We have people in Medivac as well that operate these aircraft. The agriculture aircraft as well are flying with the PT6. Again, the engine has now surpassed over 500 million flight hours.
Wow.
So
that's incredible.
Yeah, very pleased to have that engine operating in this great market segment.
Fascinating. I should have asked you this before we went on the air so that I wouldn't look dumb, but this wouldn't be the first time. Are you the folks that are involved with the Draco program?
So our engine is on the Draco. Yeah,
the Draco is the very, very dramatic and exotic short takeoff and landing aircraft.
Yeah,
was here at Sun and Fun a bunch of years ago. Before
with Mike. Mike was here, right?
Yeah, right. And he just wowed the crowd with because what that engine does on that airframe is just pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Mike was very happy to partner with us on that project and other exciting project that Mike Beatty has as well. But yeah, the PT6 provides obviously the versatility that Mike needs for his dreams.
Yeah, so we're all excited to see you put that engine back on that airplane so that it can come back here, and we're hopeful now there'll be more than one. See, back then there was only one. It was a one-of-a-kind airplane, and he was just like, I don't know what the right metaphor would be, but beating out all of the other STOL aircraft.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the beauty is, Mike can experience pushing the envelope because of the reliability of the PT6 as well.
So we're hoping there'll be multiples of them now. So there'll be a class of a category that can compete there.
Yeah, with that support for sure.
Yeah. Other interesting exotic projects you guys are involved with?
Well, there's always exotic projects that we're working on.
You can tell us. It's just us.
It's just us.
Just us.
Well, a few years ago, we're talking about the PT6 and the innovation of 60 years of innovation on the PT6. A few years ago, we unveiled the PT6E series that, as I mentioned earlier, powers the PC-12 on Pilatus. It powers the Daher TBM 960 that is here as well this week. We've now delivered over 600 units of those engines, so 300,000 flight hours already in 5+ years. So that engine is a game changer in the industry. Allows reduced pilot workload. It's a single lever PT6 power plant as well, so it's quite nimble in the air, and the pilots love it. So we obviously building on that. We continue to work with all the different OEMs out there to see how we can continue pushing the envelope.
Yeah. It's, a lot of us are piston pilots, and we know what's involved in operating and maintaining those kinds of engines on our airplanes. And it seems like the border between general aviation aircraft that fly on piston engines versus your kinds of engines is kind of moving lower, not lower in a bad way, but kind of approaching more everyday airplanes. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like that's the case? Is that a target for you guys?
Well, I think we want to maintain versatility on what our products can deliver. So we kind of range from the 500-600 horsepower all the way up to almost 2,000 horsepower on a PT6. And to your point, there is a bit of a gray zone between the top end of the piston and the low end of the gas turbine. For the type of missions that we support and the economics that we bring on the table, I think there will always be, I would say, a segment in 100 to 400 horsepower that will be piston driven. That being said, we are working on technology as well to allow us to bring in different game-changing solutions to perhaps go below the 500 horsepower. So we're trying to bring new technologies as well with step change in fuel consumption and always maintain the good reliability that we have. So at the end of the day, there's market for piston and market for gas turbine, but we also want to offer solutions in case there could be benefits for, I would say, some of the bigger piston aircraft that want to operate maybe a bit more efficiently or at higher altitude. So stay tuned, and more to come on that for sure in the future.
Yeah. Sure. So tell me what brings you to Sun and Fun, and what market are you looking for? Who do you want to come visit you, and then where can they come visit you?
Well, we are in Hangar B. I'm going to call a friend to ask, do we have a boot number in Hangar B that I should reference? Or Hangar B, I guess not that big. Yeah. Well, we're the entrance in Hangar B. So
Pratt and Whitney, we'll find you.
We'll find you. We're very fortunate to. I consider myself fortunate. Every morning I come to work to lead the general aviation segment. We operate in 4 or 5 segments: general aviation, business aviation, the regional airlines, and helicopter business. I think the general aviation is very close to my heart because of the community that we have here, the type of customers, operators that are very passionate. So we're looking to continue that passion with all of our customers. So that's the best answer I can provide you to your question. Anyone that has interest or questions or want to learn about our close to 100-year history is welcome to come see us, and it's going to be a pleasure for us to talk to all of you guys with our French accent. So we're all from Montreal this morning.
You sound just fine.
Right, and it's just the reliability of the engine. It sounds like it's covering just about every segment of aviation that you almost can possibly get into. I look forward to seeing some of the, like you said, lower horsepower models if that comes to be, especially with the fuel efficiency. That'd be like a great way to go with that thing. Again, how many? You said you're in Hangar B, and I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah. We're in Hangar B with, I would say, our brother or sister company, Collins Aerospace. So we're both part of Raytheon Technology as a corporation. So we're both in Hangar B, and looking forward to talk to our customers.
Yeah. Is there anything else we should have been asking you about that you want to tell us about?
No, I think, look, we want to be continue to be the provider of choice to all the customers. As we're very passionate to operate in this segment. We've delivered already more than 65,000 PT6. So we want to continue to be on the forefront of innovation and bring good support to our customers. At the end of the day, I think we want to continue to be humble and want to continue to innovate. So we're looking forward to see everyone this week.
Great.
All right, and then the best way to contact you?
Well, we have emails. Best way to contact us is to come see us at the booth. We also have a 24/7 call center that we can provide information to all our customers for sure. So that's we have over 15,000 employees worldwide that are supporting our customers.
Any sort of subsection of the website? I mean, you could certainly go to what would be prattandwhitney.com.
That's correct, prattwhitney.com.
Whitney. It's not Pratt. Yeah, prattwhitney.com.
Yeah.
And is there like a subsection that has your information, or just go to the main page?
Go to the main page, and then you'll see information about support in our customer support section.
That's great. That's great. Well, thank you, Cedric Gauthier, for taking a few minutes and telling us about what you're up to here.
Thank you very much. I wish you a great sunny day today.
Yeah, I know. It
feels like it's starting to come already.
It is starting to burn off. It's starting to get a little bit nicer here. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Yeah. So here we go, Tom. We got a couple seconds here, but the fog is starting to burn off. It's starting to become a nicer day. I think Amanda wasn't going to be leading us astray here.
No, she promised. I think she told us 11 o'clock. It's it's about 9:45 now, so we got time to fulfill her promise.
But people are starting to flow into the show. We're getting a lot of people wandering around looking at the exhibits, and the sun's going to come out. It's going to get hot. Make sure you bring your water and your sunscreen. But otherwise, check us out and come back. We'll be back at Sun and Fun Radio.
Hello, this is Dave Pasco with LiveATC.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at LiveATC.net/SNF.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or ProFlight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the Expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Hey Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red velvet and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
On Saturday at 7 a.m. during Sun and Fun, you can join us for the Sun and Run 5K race. The race will begin on the terminal ramp, and during the run, you will be able to witness the launching of over 20 hot air balloons as the course winds its way down runway 523, taxiway Alpha, and across various other connecting taxiways.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Hello, aviators. This is Pilot Jim G coming to you from Sun and Fun 2025. We're live on the deck at Sun and Fun Radio, and I'm joined by my co-host Randy. Good morning again.
Hey, good morning.
We have some fantastic guests up to come talk with us for the next few minutes. My friend Milan Bristelia, who from the Czech Republic, who I met, what did we say, 7-8 years ago?
I think it was 2016 on Oshkosh.
Yeah. At Oshkosh, when you and your dad were over to visit with us. Milan's and his father, a family company, produce a very nice line of light sport airplanes, and I happen to own one and have had since 2017. My airplane was made for me by you in your factory. I have pictures of just the sheet metal when you started on it, which was terrific. But today we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about a new electric propulsion system that you are testing in your aircraft with your friends from H55 Clean Aviation. And this is also Martin, not to confuse our guests. We have two Martins. And Kristen, right? All right.
Yep.
Do you guys, Milan, do you want to introduce them?
Yeah, so Martin Laros is the CEO of the H55. Yeah, the H55, it's the company established in Switzerland, in the Nice Valley, in the Sion City. They are focused mainly for the green, zero-emission aviation. They develop own electric propulsion system with the batteries, with the controls, and so on. And the main, the start point of the H55 was Solar Impulse, what flew only on the electric propulsion system around the world. So I will give more words to Martin Laros from H55.
Thank you, Martin. Hello, Jim and Randy. Thank you for having us over. This is a super opportunity. We're really happy to be here with our great partners from BRM. So yeah, H55, just an amazing story. Started with Solar Impulse, flying an electric aircraft, actually solar powered around the world. The aircraft crossed the U.S. in 2015, 2016, and now we're back basically with the founders that come from the Solar Impulse project that founded H55. Here we are a few years later, crossing the U.S. once again, but with a commercial product. that is ready to be commercialized, sold for flight school applications. The electric aircraft is in a perfect spot to be able to have use in interesting applications for flight schools. 1 hour flight time, basically 1 hour range with reserves, which is perfect for this type of application, and we're really happy to be here.
You guys walked up on the stoop here, and we do a little prep work before the interview, and I asked, hey, you have any big news or anything to talk about, and you laid it on us. Wow, I mean, a lot of exciting things happening with you teaming up together, and it's great. And I see a note here about Part 23 aircraft. That's fantastic news there. So tell us a little bit about that certification.
Yeah, so BRM Aero was focused, and it was established in 2009 by me and my father, and we was focused mainly for light sport aircraft and ultralight category in Europe. But then, after several years, we also wondering that we will take opportunity to establish Part 21G production for the certified aviation. Then we certified we redesigned completely the LSA structure, and we built the B-23. So this is completely different airplane, which looks for first look, it looks really similar like LSA, but the airplane is bigger and so on, and it's fully certified under EASA, under Part 23. And now, after many years, we finish also the validation. We are close to finish the validation. The TC from the FAA should be in really short period. We passed the all flight test, so the airplane will be certified under FAA as Part 23 category normal. I must say that the airplane fulfilled the latest new stall speed characteristic, which means that you have feet on floor and you stall the airplane and you pull the stick to end stop and you hold 2 seconds, and there is no wing drop. So
that's great.
So this is the latest new rules for the general aviation, to give the pilot who stole the airplane in the base leg and the third curve, let's say, on the traffic pattern, more chance to recover the airplane, to recognize that something happened. So also the FAA team is super happy with the flight characteristic, and we're looking forward to enter to the US market.
Are you testing the electric propulsion in the 23 or in the LSA?
No. On B-23. So the Bristol B-23 Energic, which is fully electric airplane, equipped by H-55 components, the engine, the batteries, the controls, and so on. It is B-23 frame. So the flight characteristic, the stall characteristic are same. It means that the conversion, the validation process to the FAA will be really easy, because everything is same.
Okay. So we are presently working on the certification of the propulsion system with EASA in Europe, and introducing the complete certified system into the B-23 aircraft under CS-23, which is the equivalent of Part 23 in the US. And this certification will take place within the next few months with our BRM partners. And then the next step will be to certify the system with the aircraft here in the US for commercial distribution.
Let's talk a little bit about the power source. You mentioned the solar wind or solar powered flight. But this is a battery-powered airplane, is that correct?
This is a battery-powered airplane. We have lithium-ion batteries on board in the wings and in the nose, in order to have, like I said, an endurance of approximately 70 minutes with reserves, which is perfect for flight school applications. We've built and flown 2 aircraft now for the past few years, the 2 B-23 aircraft that we have under experimental flight permit. And we've been able to demonstrate the endurance. We've been able to develop the technology, and now we are in the final steps of the certification aspects.
What is the recharging time between 70-minute flights?
So depending on the charging source and the charging power, with a good charging power of approximately 50 kilowatt, which is something that is generally available for cars, let's say, We like to say that 1 minute of flight time equals 1 minute of charging.
Okay.
So it gives you an idea. If you fly 40, 50 minutes, then you'll have to charge 40 or 50 minutes.
What as far as weight and balance versus the Rotax 912 or 914 engine, how much does the weight and balance change useful load with the electric engine versus the...
So the electric B23 has a higher maximum takeoff weight because the batteries are installed in the wings. So we keep the CG in the neutral, let's say. So the airplane is totally well balanced. There is no any issue with the CG, and we was able to increase the maximum takeoff weight up to around 1,800 pounds. It is like over 900 kilogram. Yeah. So thanks to that and thanks to this integration to the wing, that the batteries are in the wing like fuel, it helps to carry the loads in the air. So there is no any, let's say, structure issue or the CG.
And we have a 400-pound payload for 2 passengers, basically.
Right. Excellent. So you're here on the field. Where can folks come and see you guys here on the field? Yep. Get some information from you.
What's the location?
Our booth is over by the VIP viewing area, and it's MD9B.
Mike Delta 9 Bravo. Mike Delta 9
yeah.
Bravo. Excellent.
A little news about the latest Fast Company, if you will, Christine.
Sure. So I'm Kristen.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought that was for me to pause. Yes, so I'm Kristen Jern, and thank you, Jim and Randy, for having us here today. I've actually just joined...
Yeah, that means we have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I have just joined H55 as the first U.S. Employee. So we're really excited to launch off our Cross America tour, where we're going to be introducing the H55-powered B-23 to 8 states. And as we said, you'll find us at MD9 Bravo booth. And the other thing is we've also just been selected as the number 10 fast company in transportation.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you all for coming. We're looking forward to the next generation of electric propulsion flight.
Come and see us. Thank you for having us, guys.
You're welcome.
Yes,
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
It was great.
Super.
Hello, this is Dave Pasco with LiveATC.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at LiveATC.net/SNF.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
Just a few words of etiquette for the fire hub located in the campground. The fire hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The fire hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun and Fun Security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable area for everyone.
Get ready to party with a purpose at the Bash, Sun and Fun's signature fundraising event. Join us Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Florida Air Museum. Enjoy a cocktail reception, delectable cuisine, and exciting silent and live auctions. Every dollar raised supports the Aerospace Center for Excellence's year-round STEM education programs, shaping the future of aviation. Don't miss this unforgettable evening. Get your tickets now at flysnf.org/activities.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerospace Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Strabo International Airport.
And welcome back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck here from Sun and Fun 2025. I'm Jack Hodgson here with Tom Frick, and we are the fog continues to burn off. It's turning to be a nicer and nicer morning here, and the temperature is just fine, although it's supposed to get really warm later in the day. But if you're coming today, maybe now's the time to come on over and check out the show before things get a little bit warmer. But we're joined right now for the next few minutes by Dennis DiStefano and Bob Gibson from the Silver Wings fraternity. Welcome, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. Glad to be with you.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Dennis, it's a long-standing, great organization, been around for a while. But Dennis, you had an interesting story about how you first got involved with the fraternity.
Well, I've been coming to Sun and Fun for many years, and I've known Bob for about 30 years. And we've flown together, and he said to me, well, you go to Sun and Fun? I said, of course I do. He said, well, why don't you come and visit our cottage? We got a cottage. I said, what do you mean you got a cottage? He said, come and see us. You'll find out. So the next year I came, I brought my wife this time, and while Bob and I were talking in front of the building, my wife went into the building, and she came out, and after Bob and I were done talking, my wife said, you're joining. I said, what do you mean? She said, they have a bathroom.
Exactly. That's great.
But it was one of the best things I ever did. It's a good organization. It really is. It was founded 67 years ago by a group of retired airline pilots and retired military pilots in New York, and a disc jockey. Disc jockey's name was Russell
Brinkley.
Thank you, sir. And they got together and they said, what we're going to do is we're going to form this organization, and we're going to call it Silver Wings, for people who have soloed more than 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that worked for a long time, but you know what's happening with aviation and pilots, so we've had to change that. That is not a requirement anymore. It's anyone can join who has an interest in aviation, whether it's military or maintenance or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what have been the numbers over the year? How many Silver Wing pilots have there been over time?
Well, at one point, I understand, this is way before me, but we had something like 22,000 members. Well, we're way down from that, as are many other organizations.
Yeah. Yeah. Bob, what's going on? What's your take on the organization?
Well, I've been a member for about 15 years now, but I just found some of the people who were part of the organization in the past are intriguing to me. We've had people like former President George W. Bush, former Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater, airmail pilot and aviation historian Ellery Jeppesen.
Wow.
So,
that guy. Yeah.
that guy.
Nicole Stott, one of our NASA astronauts from here in Florida. So there's been a lot of interesting folks who've been part of it over the years. Dennis and I actually first got together 40-plus years ago because we were both owning and flying Grumman aircraft. And this sort of spilled on from that. Dennis is our current president. I'm a past president.
40 years ago, at age 5, you were flying. Yeah. Nice.
Well, I think he's been flying 63 years, and I've been flying 55.
Very, very nice.
Wow.
Yeah. I when I say bragging rights, I'm serious. I have some friends who are involved with the organization who are very proud to have reached the qualifications and be part of the organization. But other than bragging rights, what are the sort of activities of the organization? The benefits.
Well, we do have a formal mission statement, and it reads, a fraternal and charitable nonprofit members organization of pilots who soloed more than 25 years ago, and others with a general aviation interest who endeavor to provide educational opportunities in aviation to young people and who seek fellowship and camaraderie with aviators worldwide.
Mm-hmm. Do you do any special activities here this week? I know you call it a cottage. I've always called it a club. This is Clubhouse Row, so all of these things I call clubhouses, including the radio station here. But activities here during the week.
Yes, we host the lunch, probably one of the best deals in the whole place. Okay, for $10 you get yourself a really good burger and fries and a lot of sundries that go with it. Mm-hmm. But in addition to that, we're here every year at Sun and Fun. And then in the fall, we have a convention, usually someplace of major interest. I mean, we've been to the Space Center compliments of Nicole Stout, our astronaut. She's gotten us into places that the average person just would never
get to see, right?
And we got to see that up close. And also, because she's a graduate of Embry-Riddle, we got into Embry-Riddle over there.
Wow.
And every year we go to some place of major interest like that.
Nice.
And I've gone to about 9 of them already, and I enjoy every one of them.
Club field trips. What could be better?
Some of the other locations in the past have included Enterprise, Alabama, and we've toured the Helicopter Museum at Fort Rucker. We've gone to Pensacola and done the Naval Air Museum tour with excellent docents.
That's a terrific museum.
It is.
If you're an aviation museum person and you haven't been to Pensacola, make some time because that's
it's worth the trip.
Yeah.
There's only one better than that, and I missed it because of the weather. That's in Dayton.
Dayton is. I've never been to the Dayton one, but I hear that it is terrific as well.
Yeah. You can't do it in a day. You got to go a week.
Yeah. Okay.
You need multiple days for both of those.
Sure. So other activities, conventions. So you obviously go to some interesting places and get tours and things. Are there other activities? Do you have sessions or seminars or learning experiences at this convention, or is it largely a kind of an opportunity to visit these great places?
It's primarily for the location, but sometimes there's unexpected things that happen at those. For example, the one I'm thinking of is Savannah. And when the group found out that...
You're scaring me. The story is... Okay, go ahead. We're ready.
Okay. Well,
How much trouble did you guys get in? Come on.
Well, when they found out that we had Grumman owners inside the Silver Wings group that was touring the Gulfstream facility... Grumman's used to be built at the Gulfstream facility in Savannah.
Cool.
And they pulled us aside, and Dennis and I got to fly the Grumman G550 simulator.
Wow. Very nice. What was that like?
I didn't wreck it. I landed it, and I returned the airplane reusable.
Don't get me wrong, but what fun is that? All right, come on. It's like you get an opportunity to push the envelope here a little bit, but yeah. All kidding aside, so you just got to sit down and take your best shot, or did they give you any training or briefing?
Well, to speed things up for the number of people they had, they put us out on a 10-mile final.
Yeah. Okay.
And said, "It's yours. See how you can do."
So this is a basically don't eat the fish kind of situation, where you got called up from the main cabin to land the 737, and let's see what happens.
And I guess before we leave that, I should also add that our next convention is going to be this September, and we're going to be at Warner Robins U.S. Air Force Museum up in Georgia.
Nice. So how do people get involved with the organization? There's the 25-year thing, but then there's also just Love Aviation thing. What's the process? If someone here hears this and wants to learn more, or tell me.
Just stop by, or you can go online, and it's at silverwings.com. Okay?
Silverwings.com.
And
we're
.org.
Oh, okay.
And we invite all. Like I say, if you have an interest of any kind in aviation, generally, whether it's mechanics, aviation, military, or commercial, doesn't matter. We welcome all because it's primarily fellowship. We all enjoy aviation. We love talking about it. And so there's the place to do it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, and you said you had lunches that are open to the public
yes.
this week?
Yes, every day starting at noon. Come on
Every day starting at noon over on Clubhouse Row.
Yes,
great food and a bargain.
Great. Yeah. Clubhouse, we know where Clubhouse Row is. Is that how you describe it to people? Is that the best way for people to track you down here?
Yes.
Or just say we're southwest of the EAA tent.
There we go. Yeah. Well, thank you, Dennis DeStefano and Bob Gibson from the Silver Wings fraternity, and it sounds like a lot of fun. And it's a very friendly place. I mean, people, if you're interested, just walk up and say hi.
Absolutely. You'll find lots of friendship and fellowship there.
Sure. Yeah. And we got like just about a minute to go. You got anything else you want to put out there?
Should I tell them about the porta potty?
Okay, we opened on a bathroom story. Let's go.
We'll end in a bathroom story.
Quickly,
1987, my very first trip to Oshkosh. Middle of the day, very hot. Had to go to the bathroom. Went out, picked one at random. The one I picked at random had graffiti on the wall that said, "I could have been a Glassair."
Thank you, guys.
Nice.
We really appreciate it.
All right, guys, we appreciate your time this morning.
Check it out, Tom. Sun's coming out.
It is. The sun is coming out.
There's shadows out there.
I can start seeing pieces of blue.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys. We really appreciate it. The sun is finally coming out here at Sun and Fun 2025. Almost an hour early, but that's good. And if you are in the area, you should be here. And come on over to the radio station. Say hi to us, too.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're on Clubhouse Row, too.
Yeah, we are. Just a couple dollars down from these Silver Wings folks.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So we've got a couple more seconds here, Tom.
We'll take a little break, and we'll come back in about another couple minutes.
Yeah.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention to get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group.
offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the Expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you to the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
Ever wondered how you can serve your community, explore aviation, and develop leadership skills? Civil Air Patrol is the official civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, open to youth and adults. Whether you're interested in aerospace education, emergency services, or cadet programs, there's a place for you. Stop by our booth next to the Lakeland Aero Club and discover how you can get involved. Visit GoCivilAirPatrol.com to learn more. Civil Air Patrol, citizens serving communities, above and beyond.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And we're back. This is Pilot Jim G with Sun and Fun Radio at Sun and Fun 2025. Joined by my co-host Randy this morning. And we're having a great time here. The fog is starting to lift, and we can see across the field now. So there may be some flying going on this afternoon, Randy.
Yeah, Jim, the weather's clearing, and it's forecast to be nice by 11 o'clock, I think. And so we have a couple of guests here, Jim, that's kind of near and dear to my heart. I taught at Oklahoma State University in the aviation department back in the day. We still used Wright Flyers back then. It's been a while. So... Anyway, it's near. I've maintained my CFI, IIIMEI, IGA, all the
those letters. Yeah. Letters.
So anyway, Jim.
Today we've got Chase Lee. He's the director of, or president. I'm not sure the title.
Director. Yes, sir.
All right, we'll make you a director this morning of the Lakeland Aero Club, which is a very unique club. It is a high school flying club. So these youngsters in high school have made a good choice. Instead of playing football in the afternoon after school, they build and fly airplanes.
Absolutely.
And you have come to this recently.
Absolutely. So for the past 3 years, I've been in aviation education, very similar to you, Randy, where I have taught the general portion of the airframe and power plant courses at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, which is also one of our wonderful places here at Sun and Fun. And then just recently, I've transitioned over to take over for Mike Z at the Lakeland Aero Club. Mike Z has moved towards retirement, and he and I are working together to get me up to speed to take over what is a massive, massive flying club that does a lot of wonderful things.
So it really does. And I want to interject a commercial that this whole expo that we all are at today, that everything we see around us today is raising money for our educational programs based on aviation-based STEM educational programs, of which the Lakeland Aero Club is but one.
Yes, absolutely. We are what we call the other 51 weeks of the year. It's where all of your hard work and all the people that come out to visit, it goes to our mission and what we do.
So you mentioned the Lakeland Aero Club.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us, I guess, what envelope? What do you do? It's not just flying. Is there mechanics and avionics and what do you do there?
So what we do is so unique and so very cool in the fact that we have high schoolers right now at the hangar that you can go visit that are restoring warbirds and flying them to tow their buddies in the gliders behind them, right? So we cover maintenance, we cover avionics, we do everything from fabric covering to 3-axis autopilots. We've got a great group of volunteers there, as well as what Mike Z has built over the years to get these kids not only hands-on behind the glass or behind the steam, but also in the hangar on that work each and every day.
There's so much to talk about here. Teaching training is near and dear to my heart. And Jim mentioned earlier during our prep that you had you take a large group and fly out to Oshkosh. These students go to Oshkosh. I remember a few years ago, Bonnie Perkins and I are dear friends, and she called me so excited that this thing was going to happen. Tell us a little bit about that. That's amazing.
So most people consider Oshkosh to be a trip. For us, it's a pilgrimage. It is a 3-week trip for us where we take a group of high school students. We lean towards our pilots and then our seniors, the ones that are going to be graduating, to fly from Central Florida in antique aircraft to Oshkosh. It takes us a week to get there. We spend a week there meeting, greeting. I have not made the pilgrimage yet. This year will be my first time, so I'm super excited about it. And then we bring them all back. I mean, but our students and our people get experience that they wouldn't get anywhere else, right? You can go to a flight school and get your 40 hours, get your private, boom, cool, you're ready to go. We're doing true stick and rudder stuff from the start. We encourage most of our students to start in gliders because of that stick and rudder skills that you get from the beginning, right? You haven't developed a lot of those bad habits. And so we then translate that into our big trip that goes cross country. I mean, imagine being 17 years old to fly an antique aircraft from Central Florida all the way to Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
I think that is an amazing accomplishment, and it helps build confidence and self-reliance in a way that Sun and Fun is really about. It's
Absolutely.
About providing that, using the cockpit, using the airplane, using the engineering skills to turn a young person into an adult who is self-sufficient, ready to run their own show and their own lives. That's what James C. Ray was all about.
Absolutely. James C. Ray, not only himself, but his foundation is the reason we exist to begin with. They have been supporters from the get-go. One of the things I do want to touch on is our glider program, right? So we're building our tow plane to then tow our own gliders. We have 6 gliders and we have 14 scholarship students in gliders right now. Last year we went to the World Junior Competition in Poland to compete at an international level with our students right here from Lakeland, Florida.
Right. And this is not collegiate competition,
No,
which we're also involved in, but
Absolutely.
This is at the high school level.
This is at the high school level. I mean, it is something that you will not find anywhere else, and something we're very proud of and we work very hard for. I mean, our guys will work like you would not believe. Now, I will caveat that with it, they are teenagers. Some days all we can do is play cornhole and just relax and eat pizza. Other days we do awesome tows, formation flights, cross-country navigation. So it's a balancing act some days, but it's something that I'm very passionate about, something that I was honored the day that Mike Z asked me to take over this position because I knew what it took to run that organization at the level at which it has been ran for the years previous, and I can only hope to match the legacy that he and James C. Ray and the foundation and everybody here at Sun and Fun has already built. and I want to be able to continue that.
I know you guys do a number of social functions over at your hangar here on campus throughout Sun and Fun.
Yes, sir.
I've attended a number of those, sponsored a number of those, and your folks, your kids, your young adults that are there, just all so accommodating and polite and just so eager to help, and I'm sure all volunteer out here throughout the week.
Absolutely. So right now we have got close to 40 volunteers of our students, we've got parents out here of our students. We've got our students out here scattered everywhere from the flight line to in the hangar. We're helping out FASACA doing all of their stuff. A lot of these organizations where we do what we can to have our stuff. So we've got Stewart Systems in the hangar. We've got the engine build for our L-19 Bird Dog, which is our warbird restoration going on. We also have another simulation company in there as well. Aviation, a huge supporter of ours, is in there. I encourage anybody and everybody to stop by, meet our people, shake hands, get to know these folks, because these kids are going to go on to do great and wonderful things because of Sun and Fun, because of the legacy and the things that have been built here.
Well, you beat me to that question. I was going to mention Jacob Peed and how he works closely with you guys and the articles, and I know he's a huge supporter.
Absolutely, he is. I get to say that we have been in every issue of Aviation that has ever been produced, Lakeland Aero Club has. He's a huge supporter of what we do. He's a huge proponent. Come in, shake his hand, meet him. The one other person that we have there, it's one of our largest fundraisers, is Rockstar Donuts. So we have fresh-made donuts at Lakeland Aero Club.
Oh, that's new. I haven't heard that. All right,
Yes.
I'm coming over.
Yes.
I'm coming over.
So we've got our own sprinkle color combination that match our Lakeland Aero Club colors. We've got a few different flavors over there. I was not around to meet Amish donuts, but from what I hear, this is a worthy successor.
Well, I'm on way over there now. Then.
Chase, any students around that might want to say hi?
So we've got a couple of our folks here. We've got one of our longtime members and one of our newest members here, Matthew and Lane. And then we've also got Will here, who's been around with me for the past few years now too. What do you want to tell the folks, Will?
What can I tell them? I mean, you're a great teacher. I've enjoyed your class for 2 years. Then you went on and moved up to greater things, and I'm very proud of that.
So whenever you were a student of mine, what were you working on? What were you working towards, and where are you now?
Yeah, so we were working on getting our general certificate, and I got that before I graduated. And now, thanks to Mr. Lee, I've moved up to Travis Technical College in their program.
It's fantastic. Well, thank you for joining us, Will, this morning. And Chase, you've done a great job telling our audience just what the Lakeland Aero Club does and how it helps with the development of these fine young folks. You're doing a great job.
We very much appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Jim and Randy for Sun and Fun Radio, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
For the first time ever at Sun and Fun, we're thrilled to host the Academic Drone Soccer League World Cup on the evenings of Thursday, April 3rd and Friday, April 4th at the Aerospace Pavilion. Drone soccer inspires students to pursue aerospace and science education and career opportunities by providing a hierarchy of competitions and events that highlight student skills in engineering, aviation, teamwork, and leadership. Get ready for an action-packed showdown as teams take to the air in this high-energy competition.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun Fun website at www.flyasnep.org.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun and Fun 51. With an incredible 22 #1 hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun and Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
That voice sounds familiar. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live 51, Sun and Fun 51, the 51st annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you from beautiful downtown Lakeland, Florida. Actually, we're not downtown. We are off to the out to the southwest end of town.
This week, this is downtown Lakeland.
This is the only thing that matters.
I just said to Jack, I said, this is Sun and Fun Radio, the 50,000-watt superstation.
No, Jim, that's the check that you're going to have to write to get that.
You got it.
We are a whopping 10 watts. That's right.
Yeah,
but we are heard worldwide on liveatc.net/SNF. Thanks to the generosity of our friend and sponsor, Mr. Dave Pasco. And we sure appreciate Dave. 2009, we've been live streaming on liveatc.net since 2009.
Has it been that long?
It
wow,
has been,
yeah.
because you guys came on. Your first time was 2007.
We were here with you for 7 the first
and that
time.
was in the old location.
Location trailerish kind of thing behind the old current FAA building.
Right, the FAA building used to have what they called their green room trailer, and Obi offered, if you need any help, let me know. And so he didn't realize I was going to take up his real estate.
Yeah.
And by the first year you were here, which was 2007, we had outgrown, and we moved into this location in 2008.
Was it only one? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
For me, it was only 1 year over there. I was wondering about that. Yeah, okay.
And then in 2008, we were on that air show radio or whatever it was called, Flightline radios.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
We actually had little portable radio receivers that we sold or gave away.
And we did Flightline radio that year, and Flightline radio didn't come back the next year, so Dave stepped up. It's your fault. You introduced me to Dave. You connected me with Dave Pasco.
Yes, I know. I know Dave from the New Hampshire pilot community, and we get together for breakfast every now and then. A bunch of us do, and also knew him from LiveATC. We're both tech guys, and so we had been talking with him about trying to do some live stream stuff for the podcast, which back then didn't come to fruition. Slowly is now. But when you were looking for someone, I thought, well, this might be a good match.
And it turned out that he was looking for a place to host his receivers for LiveATC for Lakeland Airport. And, our building is a year-round building and everything else. So I said, well, yeah, I'm happy to have your stuff here.
Yeah.
And, of course, Dave steps in now, and he shows up as a sponsor, and he could have a free ride. He gives us, we put a dollar value. We needed a dollar value, and we didn't know what, so we just used a number.
Yeah.
But Dave could have passes, parking passes, everything, and he puts in as many hours here at the station.
I was just going to add that.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
In addition to the live stream, he's here helping with engineering, which is just an incredible contribution.
It is. So, and Dave comes here every year, and he puts in sometimes I'm relatively certain it's more hours than I do. But great guy.
I can't imagine that, but it's kind of you to say that. He does a lot here, apparently.
He does. He's here for hours every day. People show up looking for him, and he's inside.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Dave. So then we've been doing that since 2009.
I know. And a lot of people, you hear from people all the time from all around the world who listen to the live stream or listen to the recordings after the fact. And as great as the actual radio reach is, that reach is pretty impressive.
And for those of you listening on LiveATC, we are also streaming video if you'd like to see what we look like. I don't know why you'd want that.
I don't either.
Yeah, scary.
But if you want to see the station and see the surroundings,
where is that? It's on YouTube, right?
It's on the YouTube channels, Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube.
Yep.
It's on SNF Radio on Facebook. We had to scramble to get things going this morning, but I'm relatively certain that we're streaming on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. And a huge thanks to our sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International, FlyGRB, FLYGRB.com. They were sponsored us and funded all of our video streaming capabilities.
This has really sprung up. I know it was like 2 or 3 years ago we first kind of started brainstorming and dreaming about having live stream. And
we threw somebody's little camera. Was it your camera?
It was my camera.
We put a camera
as
up
a
here
test,
just playing with it as a test to see if it would work.
Yeah, and then Derek and others have done a terrific job putting this whole thing. I mean, it's just really pretty remarkable now.
And we're growing every year too.
Yeah, we've got I see 4 cameras. I'm told is there another one outside? But
there's 2 more.
2 more outside.
We've got a mast up here. We call it the Sky Cam. One is like during our announcement breaks, you'll just see the field, the core area.
Right.
But when we go off our interview schedule at 1, the stream ends, a new video stream starts, and it's a Sky Cam view of the airfield.
Yeah.
So you can actually watch the Daily Air Show. We live stream the Daily Air Show. Folks, I will be 100% here. This is not a in the cockpit close up following the action. This is just a wide shot of the field. Right. You need to come and see it yourself.
Of course, there's no substitute for being here.
But for our friends that are listening or watching the stream, they're not able to be here, so they're still able to enjoy what we're doing.
Yep.
So, and I actually had somebody tell me they had one of our new volunteers told Paul. Paul told us that he had never heard of Sun and Fun or Oshkosh. He was listening to UCAP. He heard you talking about it. Looked up, and then he listened to the stream for a while, and he was like, "I'm going there." So he had never heard of it. He heard of it through you guys, listened to it and said, I'm going. And that's what our goal is. The people that can't be here, we miss you, and we love that you're here, but we're also trying to bring people in. So we want to do that for sure and get everybody in here when we can.
Yeah. Anybody who's looking at that live cam or any of the live cams on the grounds, because I believe there's others, will see that it is as Amanda promised, turning into a really beautiful day.
Right.
The sun started to come out at the end of my last block about 15, 20 minutes ago, and it's definitely out now. The sky's not quite blue yet, but the fog, the clouds are burning off.
I'm just looking
nicely.
at the time. She was right on schedule.
Yeah, well,
she
she
said
ought to
in
be
the 11 o'clock hour, it'll burn off.
I think she ought to be like a professional weather person.
We ought to put her on
Jack.
TV.
Yeah. She's a media.
Jim,
That's right.
She is a weather professional person on TV.
That's why we said that.
That's what the joke we were trying to make badly. Okay.
I'm glad you identified it.
But she pinged you pretty good this morning. She's not a weather person. She's a meteorological reporter.
God, I can't even say it. Meteorologist.
Yeah.
Meteorologist.
So yeah.
And what she also said is we're going to have great weather tonight, which is really great news because we have our opening night concert. Tyler Hubbard featuring Uncle Cracker. We're going to have a concert out on the Warbird ramp.
Yeah.
And the country western concert, big time.
I expect it's going to be awesome. It's not quite my kind of music, but I understand that it's very popular and it's going to be terrific.
And they do, and it's a great show. And we're also, I'm told that there may be some aviation and pyrotechnics during the concert. So that should be pretty cool. Yeah, they did a great job last year's opening day concert. Dennis Dunbar, he makes sure that everything works good because we're putting general public out on the ramp. And we're welcoming, and they're always welcome to wander the ramp. But in this particular case, we are asking them, come out here, buy the airplanes, and do what you can do.
Where do they set up the stage for this concert? Is it
out in the Warbird area?
In the Warbird area,
the big Warbird ramp there.
Nice.
They set it out. They bring out a stage. They set it all up.
So for our listeners, so we're chained to the radio station, so we're not allowed to go out and see what's going on.
I wasn't sure where they were building the stage, because you have a very nice covered facility up here near the museum. And,
but that wouldn't be anywhere near enough space for what we're getting. They're also doing a new area. They call it the hangar.
A hangar, yeah. I saw that's like movies, hosted movies, with commentary.
In the hangar. And they also, other new live stuff we've got is the Sandbar, which is out in Paradise City. And the Sandbar is basically, it's a place to, they got all the food that used to be kind of scattered around that has all been gathered in one area called the Sandbar. And sit and watch the show and get food and everything else. And
the whole Paradise City area has always had a warm place for me in the uncontrolled airspace people's hearts. But
it's because Dave was
exactly right.
ultralight aviator.
But it's growing every year. It's just getting more and more exciting over there. More and more activities and more stuff going on. I know we're starting to run out of time here. They just handed you the air show schedule. Anything jump out at you there?
They did hand me the air show schedule. Well, I'm going to take our last few seconds here and remind everybody that we're talking about Paradise City. They do the Sunset Aerial Circus 3 nights.
That's right.
And we will be live streaming the Sunset Aerial Circus as a test bed for remote around the field video streaming capabilities. So I hear Ken Dravis playing in my ear, and so it means we got to wrap it up. But we've got a full lineup of air show, ending at looks like we're ending at 21:15. So it's gonna run late. Great air show coming on, folks. Stay tuned.
Looking forward to it.
We will be back with you in a few minutes to learn about Operation Airdrop with our friend Russ Keith of Airplanes and Coffee.
There we go.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. We have all kinds of opportunities to volunteer, from fly-in support to educational events and field trips at many year-round community events. Volunteers earn valuable benefits, but you'll gain new friendships and experience new adventures. Find out more and get started. Just visit volunteer.flysnf.org for more info about volunteer opportunities at the Aerospace Center for Excellence and the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
All right, we're back live on the deck. This is Tom Frick. I'm with...
Hey, Randy Bibb.
Randy Bibb, and the sun is finally shining. IFR is now 10 and clear. It looks awesome out here.
The humidity and the temperature are both rising rapidly.
It is awesome out here. So, on the deck here, we have Russ Keith from Operation Airdrop. Good morning, Russ.
Morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. So, what brings you to Sun and Fun?
Well, obviously the airplanes.
Yeah.
And then we, stay for the friends. So
stay for the friends. So, what kind of friends are you making?
So, I fly in the National STOL Series, the STOL competitions, and so we're out at the Bushville Base Camp all week. we're sponsoring dinner, I think, on Thursday. Operation Airdrop is, and then Airplanes and Coffee's doing coffee every morning for the STOL pilots.
Awesome. So tell us about Operation Airdrop.
So Operation Airdrop, we're a nonprofit organization, and we do disaster relief. We fly in supplies when the roads are blocked and cut off communities after a natural disaster. Mostly hurricanes is what we work. So,
your last biggie was what, Milton?
No. But last one was Helena in North Carolina.
Okay.
We spent about 5 days out there, flew roughly 700,000 pounds of supplies in.
Wow.
You guys are 501c3, so donations are,
Absolutely. So, and we work strictly off donations. That's what funds it all.
So you have a team of volunteer aircraft. You own aircraft. How does it work? How does someone get involved?
It's all privately owned aircraft. We had about 200 fixed wings that showed up and flew supplies out of Concord.
Amazing.
North Carolina. We flew roughly 200 sorties and delivered, like I said, little over 700,000 pounds of supplies.
That's amazing. So you guys pay for the fuel, and these guys come and volunteer their time? Or how does it work if I want to get involved?
You go to operation-airdrop.com and just sign up as a pilot and get involved, or ground operations, either one. Or you can go to our Facebook group and our Facebook page and do the same thing. So
cool. So I honed in on the hurricanes. What other kind of operations do you do?
So primarily our mission has always been, and that was our 14th deployment, 14th hurricane that we've worked. We are looking to expand our operations, but the definition of that is not completely fulfilled yet. We're working on it. I definitely have an awesome team, executive team that I'm working with now, and we're working through quite a few things.
So sure. And I was gonna ask that too. What's your position in the
I'm the executive director.
Okay, you're the executive director of Operation Airdrop. That's awesome.
Yes.
So is it a regional thing you're doing and want to expand nationwide, or you're nationwide wanting to go worldwide?
Yeah, pretty much all of our operations have been from Texas up to basically in the North Carolina
hurricanes area. Yeah,
is what we've worked. But like I said, we're looking to expand the operation out and find different ways to help people. We've done things like flew in fresh food. We were working out of an airport one time, and there was a catering company that did barbecue, and they needed the supplies or their hot meals delivered and eaten in 4 hours. So we threw them in airplanes and flew them out. We had a handful of airplanes that flew, 400 or 500 meals over a couple of days to fulfill that mission until those roads opened up. Once the roads opened up, it makes more sense to put everything in a truck and take it in there. So when the roads open up, we typically pack up and go home.
Yeah, what do you need an airplane for at that point?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just much more efficient with a truck.
Absolutely. So this your first gig, or what got you into aviation, and how'd you get to this point?
So, no, Airplanes and Coffee is actually my first gig. The president of the board of that organization, which is also a 501c3 that still does fly-ins every month around Dallas-Fort Worth. We've done about 50, I forgot the number, but 50-something fly-ins in the last 4 years. It's an organization that is dedicated to advancing aviation, so they do scholarships for people going into aviation-related programs. It's a great organization, and it's got an awesome executive team as well that's working hard to expand that out across the country. I definitely have a goal to see 15 or 20 fly-ins every month across the country. We need to get more card-carrying members to join at $25 a year, so we can raise enough money to hire the lawyers that we need to put the program together to really expand out. But it's an awesome organization.
And that's the thing. I mean, 501c obviously is a nonprofit organization.
That's correct.
And you work off of donations and trying to spread the word of aviation.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you got a couple of great organizations to do that. So what about personal flying? You You just work, or?
Well, my personal flying is that my story is kind of interesting, I think. Of course, it's me, but anyway,
well, tell it to us.
I did my private instrument commercial, my CFI, my double I, and my multi-engine commercial in 102 days.
Nice.
I did it at American Flyers in Addison back in 2006. I was a high school principal, and I resigned from the school I was at, and did a couple of interviews, got a couple of offers, and turned them both down, and wound up not getting a job in education that year. And so my wife says, "You've always wanted to go to flight school, so why don't you quit your job?" Because I took a job and just go. So I did, and I had a great summer, or actually it was a spring. And then as soon as I finished, they hired me on at American Flyers to do instructing, and then I went back to the school business after that.
Right.
But it was just something I've always wanted to do since I was a little kid, was to get into flying. So we thought we'll just knock this out. So I set a goal and laid out exactly what the plan needed to be in order to pull it off. And I went in and sat down with the school director and said, "I've done the math." And he kind of perked up a little bit. And I said, "I think I can do, all these ratings in about 3 months." And he kind of snickered.
Right.
And he says, "Well, we can do it." And I said, "Well, if you can do it, I can do it." So,
well, being a flight instructor, I know when somebody has that fire in their eyes and they say, "I can do it." And you're like, "All right, well,
so
let's see."
12 hours a day, 7 days a week for basically
live, eat, and breathe aviation.
3 months. And all I did was fly and study. And it was probably the best 3 months of my life. It was just so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's
like a new language, a new world.
Yeah.
Opens up. So tell us about both. Well, we got a couple minutes left here. Tell us about both organizations, how they can find you, how they can help. So start with the coffee.
So Airplanes and Coffee is there's 385,000 followers on Facebook in the Facebook group. We've got a page and a group. Go join the group. It's an amazing place. And then on Operation Airdrop, we also have a page, and then there's the website operation-airdrop.com.
Operation-airdrop.com.
Yeah.
Cool.
Soon it'll be operationairdrop.org, but we're
working on it.
We're just now working on getting that new website set up. So
sure.
It'll be a little bit.
And you also have your hand in STOL aircraft, I guess.
I do. National STOL Series, got Swamp STOL coming up. Not this coming weekend, but the next weekend. So we'll leave here and go straight to Jennings, Louisiana, and get ready for the STOL competitions.
Nice. Are you flying here at all in this?
No, I'm not flying here. I actually drove the motor home here, and we'll go drop it off in Jennings. Then I'll go back home and grab my airplane and fly back down to Jennings and compete. So.
Sure. We're coming up on just about a minute. Russ, anything else you wanted to let us know this morning? Just give you an opportunity.
So no,
I hope we covered it all. I mean,
I think we pretty much covered it all. Just I'd really like to extend a invitation or a challenge for people to go out and get involved in those two organizations, Airplanes and Coffee and Operation Airdrop. Great organizations, doing a lot of good work.
All right. Well, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for coming to see us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Good luck. Yeah, no worries. So, Steve, looks like it's turning out to be a great day. I mean, I don't see a cloud in the sky anymore. It's low overcast as it was this morning. It's just turned out to be beautiful out here. So if you can hear my voice, please come out and see us. Crowds are starting to flood in, and it looks like this is going to be a great show. I think that's all we got, and I think we'll wait for the next segment.
Hello, this is Seth from Central Florida Aerospace Academy. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Getting tired of just grabbing a stale granola bar for breakfast? Want something different and more filling? You may want to try the vintage breakfast in a cup. This yummy breakfast in a cup has eggs, cheese, sausage, and grits. Coffee, water, and lemonade are also available. Breakfast in a cup is served all week from 7 to 10 a.m. at the Vintage Headquarters Building, located near the East Exhibit Gate.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds. We've been roasting corn at Sun and Fun since the 80s, with all proceeds fueling youth STEM education, free young eagle flights for kids 8 to 17, and grassroots aviation programs. Grab some corn, savor the flavor, and help inspire the next generation of aviators, one cob at a time.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Join us Thursday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent for a special time of remembrance and celebration of the life of Kevin Lacey, the popular star of the Discovery reality series Airplane Repo. Come meet the kids and members of the Tango 31 Club that Kevin made a positive impact on. Find the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent across the street from Coconut Flyers and south of Warbird Country. And let's celebrate Kevin's contribution to the world of aviation.
If you love all things Italian, you won't want to miss the Vintage Spaghetti Dinner this Wednesday. Tickets are on sale up until dinner time, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit gates.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
If you love a great fish fry, you won't want to miss the Vintage Fish Fry this Friday. Tickets are on sale all week, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit Gate.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily. So you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. This is Pilot Jim G coming to you once again from the deck of Sun and Fun Radio with my co-host Jack Hodgson. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
We have the easiest job.
Sorry, one-word answers is like a killer. I'm sorry. I should be a better radio guy than that. Hi, Jim. How are you? It's a really beautiful morning here. It's the sun's come out, and it's turning into a really, really nice day here at Sun and Fun 2025.
As scheduled, as promised. So we are really blessed because Jack and I have the easiest job in the world. We're going to turn the radio station over to Kelly Murphy of Women in Women in Aviation International. I've been on the radio since 8:30 this morning, so there you go.
Perfect.
And I know you have a special guest with you today. So Kelly, take it away.
Thank you, Jack and Jim. We're pleased to be here at Women's Shine Radio this morning for our first radio show of the week. And I am WAI Director of Communications, and I'm really pleased to have with me on the deck today Megan Terry, who's Flight Operations Recruiter for Piedmont Airlines, wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. And Megan, tell us what Piedmont Airlines is.
Hi, Kelly. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super duper excited to be here today. A little bit about Piedmont. We are, like you said, a subsidiary wholly owned of American Airlines. We are mainly East Coast, Northeast operational. Our pilot bases are Charlotte, North Carolina, Philadelphia, and then Harrisburg, Pennsylvania as well. So that's a little bit about us. Being owned by American for almost 10 years now is really, really great for our company. We have a direct flow for our captains, and all of that fun stuff too.
That's great. You and I are the lucky people that not only are here at Sun and Fun this week, but last week in Denver for the Women in Aviation International Conference. I know we had about 5,000 attendees there last week. You were one of our 175 exhibitors. So tell me what the kind of the recruiting efforts were at Denver last week, and now here you are at Sun and Fun.
For sure, yeah. We're going almost coast to coast here now. So it was really, really great turnout for sure. Lots of people stopped by our booth to talk to us and learn more about the company and everything. You know, here at Piedmont, we really do believe in uplifting everybody from all diverse backgrounds and stuff, and really being a woman in this industry is a really special thing. You know, we have a lot of support, and I absolutely love what Women Aviation International does to uplift these girls and these women coming into the aviation industry. So it was a really, really great turnout, like I said, so super duper fun.
Great. Now, when you say you're flight operations recruiter, you're not just hiring pilots. There's a lot of other careers at Piedmont. Can you explain that?
That is correct. Yes, we are heavily hiring a lot of A&P mechanics right now. So our maintenance department is absolutely thriving with hiring, as well as our flight attendants too. So my personal team, who mainly works with pilots, we've been helping a lot with hiring our flight attendants as well. So if you're in the Charlotte or Philadelphia or Harrisburg area and you're looking for a career change or something of the sorts, definitely flight attendant is, if you have any experience in customer service, it's a great entry role for a lot of people to get into for sure.
And this week you also have a booth and you're at the Career Center. So could you talk a little about those locations and what
Yes,
your
ma'am.
efforts are here?
For sure, yeah, Kelly. So our booth is in Hangar A, and it is booth 42. So if you guys want to stop by there just for some more general information about Piedmont, you know, if you are specifically looking for a career and you are wanting to work for Piedmont, I suggest stopping by our career fair booth. That's booth number 17 in the Career Center. So we will have recruiters there all day long, every single day of Sun and Fun, to talk to you about potential careers, future opportunities, or if you just want to come and grab some fun swag too.
Oh, you always have fun swag. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
that. Okay. Now, just pretend I'm an attendee and I walk into your Career Center. What am I finding out about in terms of, can they fill out an application? Can they make a job interview? Are you doing on-site recruiting?
So a lot of on-site recruiting, a lot of people will, what I see typically is they'll bring their resume, you know, and say, hey, I'm looking to submit, you know, or can you give me some pointers on my resume, introduce themselves, you know, it helps me put a face to the name. I've made so many friends after doing this for almost 4 years too, so it really helps me create those relationships as well and help people really work their way into the industry. So if you need advice on what career path to take as well, there's so many different ways and places that we could go and be in this industry, you know, so many airlines to work for too. So if you just want some general advice or any information about Piedmont in general too.
Great. Talk to me a little bit about, as I become an employee of Piedmont, what is kind of the flow to American Airlines?
For sure, yeah. So if we are looking at our pilot group right now, our flow is all seniority based. It's contractually guaranteed through American. So right now it's sitting at about 5 years is what I've been told. So essentially if you're a pilot with us, obviously you will have to upgrade, fly the left seat for a little bit as well. So you'll receive a notification or an email from American Airlines saying, hey, do you want to flow? And you basically say yes or no. You go straight into training with them, no re-interview required, pass training, and then you are set with American.
Right. Tomorrow morning, Piedmont is one of the presenting sponsors of the Women Aces Breakfast that's here at 7:30. Tickets are still available, so I really encourage anybody that doesn't have a ticket yet to get one online. What are those words of inspiration you're going to be giving our probably hundreds of attendees tomorrow morning?
Yeah, for sure. So just a couple little things that I would like to say. Obviously, what I was saying at the beginning, here at Piedmont, we really do believe in encouraging and inspiring young, new, old aviators, whatever your background is really coming in. I really enjoy talking to people where this is their second, third, sometimes even fourth career, so there is a place for everybody in this industry, no matter what you're doing. And I've found out that through myself and being a part of it. So definitely, like I said, being a woman in this industry is really fun and it's very uplifting. So come on out to the breakfast tomorrow morning. Like Kelly said, there are still tickets available too.
Excellent. Let's talk a little bit about your career path.
Yeah.
I was an aviation journalist, flew, just privately. So my path was one that didn't take me to the commercial airlines. And here you are as a recruiter for a regional airline.
Yeah.
What brought you here?
Yeah, so I love to travel. That's really why I wanted to work for an airline. I did not know hardly anything about aviation prior to getting into it. There is a regional airline. Their headquarters are in my hometown. I got started with them, met a ton of friends through that and everything, and then got picked up by Piedmont, and they so graciously offered me a job. And I've absolutely learned something new every single day. I always tell people, never listen to just one person, use all of your resources. I have a mentor of mine that I really, really enjoy talking about and getting along with, and I met her at my very first job in aviation, and she's now a safety analyst for Frontier, and she is also on the fundraising chair, board member of the Mile High Women in Aviation in Denver as well. So I've learned a lot from her, and I always tell people to find people who inspire you and who uplift you, and so that'll help you build your career and everything too.
Yeah, you touched on that subject, which I want to talk about a little bit more, because networking and mentoring, how many times do we have to say to any age woman in this industry, you've got to bring that community of supporters around you to network and mentor one another? Any advice that you have?
Yes, for sure. Be kind to everybody. Always be willing to talk about yourself, about your passion. I feel like you can really tell when somebody is passionate about something, for sure. And so I think sharing that passion with people who have similar passions too, and you never know where anyone is going to end up. I met a couple friends at Women Aviation Conference in Long Beach 2 years ago, and now one of them is our pilots. She's currently in training right now. So I got a text message at the end of her in-doc, and she's so excited to further her career with Piedmont, and that connection we've built with each other and kept in touch over the years, and now I have so many friends in this industry too.
Yeah, that is really important, that friendship that we carry on and support and mentor one another. We actually have at WAI a resource for our members called Mentor Connect and Jobs Connect. So any open jobs or internships are on our website, and obviously you can be a mentor or find a mentor through our WI Mentor Connect programs. We really like to utilize that. So for tomorrow, 7:30 a.m., what other words of inspiration might you have for those young girls that are coming that don't know anything about aviation?
For sure. It's very intimidating. So you are not alone, So I met a couple people who came to the conference last week alone and out of state and didn't know what questions to ask or things of that nature, So you can ask me what questions to ask. I will give you so many questions to ask all different kinds of people and booths and companies and whatnot. So just don't be afraid, So come and bring your full self and bring your professional and your enthusiastic self.
Great. And we want to be bold. We want to come by and see Megan at your booth. And remind us again, you've got 2 locations this week.
Yes, we do. So we are in Hangar A. That's booth 47. You'll be able to find us. We have a big booth. All of us are always in bright colored shirts as well. And then also in the Career Center too. So we're booth 16 and 17 in the Career Center.
And you've got fabulous swag.
Awesome swag.
Thanks, Megan. Great to talk to you
today.
Thank you so much,
Kelly.
See you around this week. See you tomorrow at the breakfast at Women Aces.
Kelly and Megan, thank you so much both for being our guests here at Sun and Fun Radio. We're looking forward to all of your events. And Kelly, you'll be on with us through the week, and we'll meet some more fascinating guests. All right, this is Sun and Fun Radio. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back soon.
Hello, this is Glenn from Bartow, Florida. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun & Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge. Sun & Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, short-wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
Sun & Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun & Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun & Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule. Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun & Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Calling all aircraft owners, builders, and restorers who flew their aircraft to Sun & Fun, make sure to register for aircraft judging. From Tuesday through Friday, have your aircraft judged alongside your fellow aviators. Whether it's home builds, light planes, seaplanes, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, or vintage classics, we've got a category for you. Winners will be celebrated at the Aircraft Judging Award Ceremony on Saturday evening at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Prop 75 building. Check flysnf.org for more details.
Sun & Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
Sun & Fun's volunteer jet team hospitality ensures the comfort and enjoyment of our visiting jet team friends and family by offering hospitality services such as shuttle transportation, snacks and beverages, local information, and more to our guest jet teams. Additionally, they coordinate a meet and greet between the jet team and local youth groups, allowing them to experience Sun & Fun firsthand and create lasting memories. Thank you, Jet Team Hospitality, for making the Blue Angels feel welcome this year.
Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun & Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions.
And now, back to the Sun & Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51. Good morning, I am Tom Frick. I am joined by Randy Bliss.
Yes,
Good morning.
yes, Tom.
And on the deck, who do we have with us today?
Well, we have Mr. Gene Jordan. It's a very interesting story, aviation.
And where is Mr. Gene Jordan from?
Well, we're Mission Aviation Fellowship. It's a worldwide organization delivering disaster relief funds and not funds, but goods, services, whatever you need to haul, unless it's illegal, or a Mack truck. They can fit it in their airplanes and take it where it's desperately needed. So, Gene, tell us a little bit about yourself, and let's get going here.
First of all, good morning, Gene. How are you?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me back here. Sun and Fun is great. I mean, airplanes everywhere. I can't get any better than that.
It is, and Randy was walking down that road. Tell us about Mission Aviation Fellowship.
Yeah, we fly around the world. We don't fly in the U.S. We fly around the world. We have about 60 airplanes around the world in about 21, 22 countries. And, we work with isolated communities, providing them help, hope, and healing. We do a lot of medical emergency.
Help, hope, and healing. That's a nice slogan. Is that on a T-shirt somewhere? If it's not, it should be.
Oh, it is. It is on a T-shirt. And, it's just 3 words that keep us grounded in what we're really to do.
Well, that's excellent. You said a fleet of 60 airplanes. What do you fly primarily? What aircraft? What platform?
It's pretty well divided evenly between the Cessna Caravan, both on wheels and floats, the Kodiak 100 on wheels and floats, and then Cessna 206. We don't have any more 206s on floats anymore, but that's pretty much. We have a Pilatus PC-12, only one of them, working in a very specific area of the world. But mainly caravans, Kodiak, short field, takeoff, landing type stuff.
When I was a new pilot, I had dreams of flying cargo. And so I flew for UPS in the feeder fleet, flying the Caravan. I've got 1,000 hours. Back then you had to have at least 1,000 turbine to go airlines, and so that was my goal. So I know the Caravan very well, and that thing, it's a truck. Our aircraft, the 208B, could hold 3,000 pounds, no problem. It's an amazing airplane.
It is. They are great airplanes, and they get into some pretty short, undeveloped airstrips. They're just a good workhorse.
Yes, they are. So Mission Aviation is I'm guessing, a nonprofit organization that helps people out, correct?
Yes,
and
sir.
works off of donations, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
we are.
yeah. So who are you? What's your primary clientele? I mean, who are you serving with your missions?
Well, our primary clientele are those that live far away from the end of the road, where we might have a base where infrastructure stops as far as vehicles go. Then we fly farther out into jungles, mountains, desert, whatever it be, to connect those people, health connections,
sure,
with help for the community, and then to let them know that there's a God that loves them and created them, and we want to help them.
Perfect. So I'm guessing a lot of these missions where you're flying, there isn't the infrastructure. So you're probably landing in some pretty remote places, and
we are
building airstrips out of whatever piece of land you can find.
we are. There are some amazing airstrips on the top of ridges, on the side of mountains, and but we want to do it safely.
Oh, absolutely.
And you got to be good at what you do as a pilot, but the infrastructure underneath you has to be. And so we work hard at being safe. Although what becomes normal to us, most U.S. pilots look at and say, "Oh, I don't know that I'd ever land there."
Right.
We want to do it safely.
I know behind every airplane flying, there's at least a dozen support personnel, mechanics, avionics technicians, folks that can service and the aircraft. So your organization, do you employ all of those folks that support your missions as well?
Yes, we do. In fact, we require that our pilots be pilot mechanics, so that you have to have your commercial instrument and your A&P rating.
Wow.
Now, we have a few pilots who are pilot onlys. Maybe they are on second career and they have a lot of flight time. And we have guys that are maintenance specialists that will come in and take care of a whole shop, or maybe 7 airplanes live, and make sure that they're all doing okay. But our normal pilot is a pilot mechanic, and then we have radio and IT and support staff.
So my line of thinking with that is that you want a pilot that has his A&P so that if he gets stuck in one of these remote places, he can fix his own airplane so he can come back home.
Absolutely, and we do regular maintenance at home base because the pilots do it.
Sure. So speaking of your pilots, the guys and gals that do this, volunteer their time to do this. How does that process work? Say if I called Eugene, Randy, I've got 8,000 hours. I want to come to work for you. What would that conversation be like if we have someone listening that might be interested in doing this?
Well, it would be an involved conversation, and we would spend a lot of time talking about it because MAF is not something you jump in and out of. It is more of a life commitment. Now, that doesn't mean you have to spend your whole life, but like in my case, I went over to Ecuador, had to get an Ecuadorian license. Our airplanes were registered in Ecuador, and then I flew out of there. And we would use a 4-year cycle, 3.5 years flying overseas, and then with my family come back to visit family, friends, and churches that support us back in the U.S. and then do it again. So when you go overseas with MAF, it is a volunteer commitment, but it's a long-term volunteer commitment to get licensed in Indonesia, to get licensed in the Congo, wherever we go. It's a big commitment. Plus, we send people to language school, so when they get where they're going, they're fluent. Congo, you're going to do French. Latin America, Spanish. Indonesia, Indonesian. So there's a year language study before you even get to put your foot back in an airplane.
Wow. So is this 501c3 funded, or do I bring funds, or do I find sponsors for myself? I go to my church or my community and say I'm going to go do this thing for 4 years. Can you help me out? Can you donate? And then that's where my funds come from. How does that work?
Yes, we are a charity organization to the IRS. And basically how it works out in easy numbers is if a flight is going to cost $100, my being there, flying the airplane, maintaining the airplane, my wife and I raised our own financial support through MAF to be able to live overseas. So MAF provides us with a paycheck. So 33 of those dollars are me being there doing the work. MAF then raises 33 of the dollars in acquiring the airplanes, hangars, all the infrastructure to do the work. And then when I flew for a good friend of mine named Lloyd would pay $33 for a $100 flight. The problem came when we'd get a call from a jungle community, and they would say, there's a young woman here, baby's not coming, she's been bleeding all night, can you get her to the hospital? And we would say, sure, get her to the hospital if you give me $33. Well, they don't have it. So we do it for them, and MAF raises support to help that. So when there's need, we can respond. So it's a little bit of everything. But yes, you can help MAF. The easiest way is through the website.
Well, that website is?
MAF.org.
MAF.org.
I see here that you guys, it says worldwide, and we talked about this in the briefing board, you're U.S., Canada, and then international, and you're typically licensed in the country that you fly your service in.
Yes, sir, that's true. There's MAF of the U.S., MAF of Canada, MAF, what you said, international, based out in England. It works with 11 European countries, but we all work together. We trade planes, pilots, strategy. We're a worldwide organization.
Fantastic.
Perfect. So we're coming up on just about a minute to go. Gene, is there anything we didn't cover, something else you'd like to tell us or like us to know? Or
Well, thank you for having us at Sun and Fun. We love being here. And I would say visit the website, see some of the video and stuff of the weird places we fly, and pray for us. It will be safe around the world.
Awesome. Well, Jim, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much to come visit with us, and we appreciate all the information. So, Randy, it's getting really nice out here.
It's about that time.
We've been talking about the weather all morning, ever since...
Clouds have risen, temperatures rising.
Yep, it is.
Humidity's rising. It's starting to feel like...
airplanes in the air.
Yep, starting to feel like Florida out here.
Yeah, I think I saw one of the Honda jets you drive just take off. All right, so we're going to come up on a break here. We'll be back in a few minutes after a few short messages from our sponsors, and we'll be back to Chats on the Deck Live.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mic Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Just a few words of etiquette for the fire hub located in the campground. The fire hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The fire hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun and Fun security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable area for everyone.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the Expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
Hey Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red, velvet, and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
Hey Sun and Fun fans! We have a new area called the Sandbar, which will be co-located with our light plane area in Paradise City and will house food trucks, a large shade tent, picnic tables, and benches. The best part? Sun and Fun Radio will be piped in so you won't miss a single thing from our great interviews to the daily air shows, night shows, and sunset aerial circus. Turn up the fun at 51 and get your tickets now for the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida, April 1st through 6th, 2025.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the Expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Good morning and welcome back to Chats Live from the Deck. I'm coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51.
Turning up the fun, I can't wait.
Yeah. So we having fun yet, Jim?
I'm having fun all day from the minute I got here at Sun and Fun.
Yeah. The day continues to improve. It's really quite bright now and starting to feel a little warm. It's still a little hazy clouds, but it's a beautiful day here.
And planes are flying. We see them and we hear them.
We do. A lot of airplanes coming and going, and they had a hold of fly in here.
What an idea!
Yeah. We're joined during this period with Keith Clark, who is a senior QC technician for Phillips 66. But Keith is here today to tell us about a program that he's involved with called Prevent Misfueling, a.k.a. I'm sorry, he just gave me the name. Tell us about it. What's it called, Keith? What are you up to?
Yeah, so we started a program called Save a Life, Verify Fuel Type, trying to get pilots and FBOs to communicate and verify. And that's...
So just make sure that your airplane has been fueled properly.
Yeah, with the correct fuel type, because too many pilots say top it off, fill it up. And then some FBO says okay. What they should be saying is 100 low lead, Jet A, or Jet A with FSII.
Mm-hmm.
We have to communicate.
I mean, this is a big problem. There are lots of incidents.
Well, if you look at it, every day a near miss happens because every day a pilot comes in and says top it off and somebody says okay. It's like rolling the dice. If you don't communicate, you're rolling the dice if that other person knows what kind of fuel. And there's a lot of aircrafts that look alike. And there's a lot of confusion possible. So that's why it's important for those two people and the aircraft. We have a program we call It Takes Three. It's the pilot, the FBO, and the aircraft all working together to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you guys, in this program, you track misfueling accidents, so you know they're happening with some frequency, right? Not frequently, but you know they do happen, and that's why this program exists. Are you tracking a reduction from your initiative?
So what we're seeing is it does happen. There's a lot of times it's a near miss because they find out before the aircraft takes off, or they get lucky and they're able to return to the airport without an incident, which is very lucky. But there is the tragedies. And so what we're seeing is more and more people. You know, if you go to get your pilot's license, they're going to teach you about VFR, IFR, but nobody teaches you about VFT, which is Verify Fuel Type. And that's because it didn't exist until about 2 years ago when we made it up. But now it's out on AI, and we're going to make VFT famous because we have to communicate.
Mm-hmm. So when I learned how to fly, which is now going on 30-something years ago, we still had multiple GA fuels on the field, and so I was trained to be careful about fuel color and things like that. But apparently it's not as obvious a thing anymore because mostly GA fuel is blue now, and that's it, right?
Right, so 100 low lead is blue. The problem is if you put jet fuel, which is clear to straw clear, in with avgas 100LL, it's still going to be a light shade of blue, but it's going to take you down. You're going to find out about 300 feet. You have just enough fuel. You know, it happened to Bob Hoover back in 1978 with the Aero Commander. It's happened in multiple times. And one of the things that FBOs, when it does happen, if they catch it, they just drain the fuel, and they said it's not a big deal. I said, yes, it is, because it was a near miss. It was so close to a tragedy. So we have to understand why it happened. And that's when we go back and we find out there's always a breakdown in communication between that pilot and the FBO. Every misfueling.
Training probably comes into it as I'm thinking about my flight school and many others where the student pilots don't fuel the airplanes, they don't own the airplanes, they show up for a lesson. And that's been done by somebody else. So the student is never trained to verify fuel type.
Yeah, exactly. And then that aircraft is going back to that base FBO, so they know what kind of fuel. So they just top it back off. But now he flies somewhere else, or she flies somewhere else, and has to actually talk to another human being. And also, we've got the Diamond diesel compression engines and other ones.
That's a good point.
You know, people say, well, I can't get misfueled because the jet nozzle won't fit. Well, guess what? The avgas nozzle will fit in a Diamond diesel. And we have a lot of aircrafts that get converted from piston engines to turbine engines. So that's why it has to be a communication, and we have to talk about it.
So in addition to raising awareness and urging better communications. Are there other practical skills or processes that you're recommending? Is there a checklist that we can add to our process?
Yeah, I work with NATA a lot. They have preventmisfueling.com. It has free training. The industry came together. We worked on building a system. If you go back to 1978 when Bob Hoover, that's when we created the deck bill nozzle with a Hoover nozzle. In 2015, after some incidents, they created preventmisfueling.com. 2019, we created Save a Life Verify Fuel Type stickers. And Phillips gives those stickers to any FBO across America. They're a simple heart-shaped sticker that says Save a Life Verify Fuel Type, preventmisfueling.com. What we're trying to do is get that out not only to the FBO. We realized we have to go after the pilots, we have to go after the instructors, and even the aircraft mechanics, because we see a lot of aircrafts that do not have the right placard, good shape, missing placards on those aircraft.
Yeah. Most pilots realize that we're in the sadly early slow stages of adding some new GA fuels to the mix, if you will. Do you anticipate that you're going to need even more procedures, or is just more of what you're saying here will solve the problem?
Yeah, the thing is, with the new products coming out, the new unleaded fuels, they have a lot of chemicals in them, and those chemicals are not compatible. So right now there's 3 companies working on an unleaded product. Those 3 fuels are not compatible with each other, which means there's going to be issues. So we have to get to communication and verification and placards on the wing of the aircraft.
Uh-huh. Is it your sense that I've had a hard time tracking exactly what the colors of these new fuels are? Are they going to be distinctly colored or not?
That's an interesting thing. And right now, with mixing with blue, 100 low lead, because they're not going to be totally empty, they're going to change colors. So we're not going to be able to look at it. But we have to be careful looking at colors, because if you mix jet fuel and Avgas 100 LL, it's still blue.
Yeah, it's still blue, right?
And some pilots tell me, well, Keith, jet fuel's heavier. It'll separate, just like water. No, it will not. It will be a light shade of blue. It'll smell different, and it will get you about 300 feet when the new old fuel goes out and the new fuel mixture comes in, and you're going to be going down.
So one thing I'm really hearing here is that you just can't wait until you sample fuel and look at the color. You've got to pay attention when the fuel's going into the aircraft.
Yeah, you got to communicate the order. You should possibly, if you can be there, watch them do it. But talking to the pilot and the FBO, communicating, that's the key. And that's the step that everybody's in too much of a hurry. What we see now, we hear people say, I'm in a hurry. Well, you got gravity up there. You can't just pull over on the side of the road. When the engine quits, you're coming down. And that's where pilots have to take the initiative. And I hear way too many pilots say, the FBO should know. And I'm like, why? You didn't tell them. You have to communicate. And that's working together.
Yeah. We got a couple minutes left here. Anything else about this program we haven't asked you about that you want to get the word out about?
Yeah, so we do training with preventmisfueling.com. We do webinars. If you Google Save a Life, Verify Fuel Type, even if you Google VFT, the new aviation acronym, you'll see programs we've done and webinars. What we're trying to do is get it out there. At your next EAA meeting or your next pilot meeting, talk about it. Send us an email to preventmisfueling.com or trustedfuel@p66.com, and we'll send you free information. We'll talk to you, and then you can talk to the pilots. Because if we all work together, this year we created a new T-shirt. It says, Bob says, Verify Fuel Type, Save a Life on the front. On the back, it's got the Aero Commander and preventmisfueling.com. And on the right sleeve, it's got a picture of Bob. And we're working to try to get those out there to pilots so they can tell the story.
Thank you. It's Keith Clark from Phillips 66 here telling us about the preventmisfueling.com program. We really appreciate it. We're about to take another break here from the Sun and Fun radio deck, but in the meantime, how we doing, Jim? We good?
We're good. This is something I pay attention to, and I make sure that I read the label on the fuel truck before they come near my airplane. Yeah. That's what I do.
Good deal. Anyways, we'll be back in a few minutes. This is Sun and Fun 2025 from the Sun and Fun radio deck live. Chats from the deck live. Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Aerospace podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Ever wondered how you can serve your community, explore aviation, and develop leadership skills? Civil Air Patrol is the official civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, open to youth and adults. Whether you're interested in aerospace education, emergency services, or cadet programs, there's a place for you. Stop by our booth next to the Lakeland Aero Club and discover how you can get involved. Visit GoCivilAirPatrol.com to learn more. Civil Air Patrol, citizens serving communities, above and beyond. Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or ProFlight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Sarah and I founded Shoreline Aviation Insurance to fill the gap in personal service and experience. Our team has over 100 years of aviation experience combined. We understand our customers' needs from their perspective. That's the Shoreline advantage. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, we've done it. You get a real person when you call. Relationships with our customers and underwriters are key to our success. You can contact us at shorelineaviationinsurance.com or 800-747-0825.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly-In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Hey everybody! Sun and Fun has invested in providing a better Wi-Fi experience for its guests. We are pleased to offer free Wi-Fi in most of the core areas of our campus. Just sign into the network named SNF Free.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Struble International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Turning up the fun at 51. Good morning, I'm Tom Frick. I'm joined by Randy Bibb. And who do we have on the deck with us, Randy?
Tom, we have Trey Murdoch from TL Sport Aircraft, and we've interviewed him last couple of years, got to know a little bit about what he's doing, where he's from, and the airplanes they manufacture, and boy, it's just growing and going. And Tom, or Trey, tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Hey, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It's great to be back here at Sun and Fun. As always, every year we come in and do this. This is number 51. Expecting a great turnout here. We've already seen a lot of folks come through the booth, and we're very excited to talk about some of our new reveals and product line during the show.
Right. So you said that you were you basically are a distributor for TL Aircraft,
yes.
correct?
So I'm the owner-operator of TL North America. We are the distributor for TL Sport Aircraft. The product line is made in the Czech Republic, and over in the Czech Republic, our aircraft are classified as ultralight. That is the LSA. That's their version of our LSA. Our product line was first introduced in the U.S. in 2003. The manufacturer started producing aircraft in 1989, and there are over 2,000 worldwide flying. We're one of the largest manufacturers in the sector for lightweight two-place composite aircraft. But starting in 2003, we started bringing them into the U.S. There's quite a few here flying under LSA rules, SLSA rules. The Sting and the Sirius, the high-wing Sirius. And in the last few years, we've introduced two high-performance aircraft, our Sparker and the TL Stream, which is a tandem version of the Sparker being the side-by-side.
You mentioned you had 6 airplanes out on the market, and we were talking earlier. There's some fantastic airplanes coming out of the Czech Republic, and yours being one of the very top, if not the top, coming out.
Yeah, so they have excelled in the category. They've done the composite structure. They're excellent craftsmen over in Czech Republic. That's why there's so many of the manufacturers are over there. They're very good dealing with this material.
So do you have are there examples here on the field?
So we are in the booth we're in is LD12. Been there the past few years, and we have 3 of our aircraft here that are the 6 of our product line. So we have a LSA Sting. We have our high-wing Sirius, which many folks know for training. It's an excellent aircraft for flight schools and for beginning pilots, very docile. And then we have our new high-performance aircraft, the Sparker, which we introduced actually about 2 years ago.
So you mentioned flight schools. Are you guys catering or designing in the flight school market, wanting to expand that market?
Yeah, so a lot of things at play right now, a lot of things switching up with the new mosaic ruling, and one thing we're all kind of waiting for that. And a lot of flight schools in recent years have started realizing the cost savings that they can have by using aircraft such as ours, like the Sirius, an advanced modern composite construction. An aircraft that is designed for the modern age, so to speak, using Rotax power plants. These aircraft are extremely efficient, burning 4 to 5 gallons an hour. You can even burn MoGas or auto gas, so the savings there are immense. And the maintenance costs for these aircraft are a fraction of what the average GA aircraft are, especially our aging fleet. So for 30 to 40% of what a GA aircraft would cost a flight school, you can get into a brand new composite aircraft with full glass and IFR capability. So you can train all the way up to your technologically advanced, your TAA. So you knock out quite a bit. The return on investment for flight school is significant.
Indeed. So, yeah, that's great with that piece. We were talking before. You have something new and exciting you'd like to share.
Yep. So,
and what brought you to Sun and Fun this year?
Yes. So as we were saying earlier, we produce six different aircraft. It's actually quite a feat for a manufacturer. And the reason for that is we don't stop. You know, since 1989 we've been designing airplanes. So what we have learned and resting on our laurels, what we've learned and what works well, we just continue to improve, and that's how we've wound up with so many different models. But in the past year, we've been very busy. And at Oshkosh in 2024, we released the announcement of a STOL aircraft. So as you know, many of your listeners realize the STOL market is on fire. And there are a lot of folks that realize the advantages, the fun, and the adventure of getting to go into the outback, let's say, or the backcountry, and camp or explore, hike, what have you. You pick your poison if you're going to go mountain biking or go out and hiking out in Idaho, Arizona, you name it.
You get to go places that don't have traditional airports.
Exactly. and so because of our lineage and our experience and using the platform of the Sirius that we currently have, we built upon that and designed a truly unique and quite impressive STOL aircraft. So we've taken our high wing Sirius and put 26-inch bush tires and a Acme Aero Stinger structure on the actual suspension for the tail wheel. Then we have Alaskan bush wheel, 26-inch.
Wow. So off the top of your head, what is the average Joe's takeoff landing performance in that aircraft?
So it is going into testing now. We plan to have one here this summer. At Oshkosh, we plan to reveal that. What we're seeing right now is taking off 150 feet usually. Now the Sirius, even with 100 horsepower, has done well, but now this new aircraft has the 916. So 160 horsepower. We're looking at about 15 to 1,800 feet a minute climb, possibly taking off 100 to 150 feet. So quite impressive.
This is a two-person aircraft?
Now, this is a two-person aircraft, but I'll say briefly, what makes this unique, because a lot of the STOL market are tube, we call them stick tube and fabric. Sure. And that's because that is served very well in making light aircraft that are very capable of high performance in the category. But this aircraft is going to be all composite. It's going to be all composite. It's going to be more of a luxury outback or backcountry plane. It's called the Sirius Backcountry, and we still call it. We kept the name Sirius because it's built off of that platform. But you're going to have a plane that what's going to set this apart? It's somebody that wants a true dual-purpose STOL. Hey, I have a turbo in this aircraft. I can go to 10 or 15,000 feet, and I can get 125 to 130 knots of cruise speed in a STOL plane, and that's what will separate this apart.
Absolutely.
So that will make it unique.
Because then
so
it's
you
a
can
pick your
actually
poison, right? I either want really low and slow and
right.
And this is a traveling craft. So what kind of useful load does it have?
So it'll be a gross around 1,600 to 1,650 pounds. So you're going to look at a useful load of about 600 to 700 pounds.
So me as the pilot of this airplane that we're talking about, do I need to make airframe flight control changes to get the difference in cruise, or is it just it is what it is? It functions in that wide of an envelope.
It'll function in that envelope. And
Outstanding.
actually, I was wrong on the useful load. The useful load will be around 700 to 750 pounds.
Okay.
Actually,
Yep. Which is fine. I mean, how much fuel does it hold?
So right now we have extended tanks that are in development that would be about 41 gallons.
Okay.
So if that is the case, you're looking at about a 700 to 800.
9 to 10 hours. If you're bladder.
Well, that's the beauty of that.
Bladder can last that long.
That 916. If you pull that 916 back, you can burn 5.5 gallons an hour.
Which is what the Rotex is known for.
Oh yeah, efficiency. So now you're going to have a STOL plane. Hey, I want to go out and I want to land on that sandbar, and I can do it. Or I want to get to my adventure, which is 500 miles away, and I can do it at a significant speed for a STOL aircraft.
Trey, we're coming up on a minute left. Is there anything we missed? Anything else you'd like to share with us?
Make sure to come by and see us. We are in booth LD12. We're west of the EAA tent and behind the FAA.
And for the folks that can't make it here to the show, where can they find you?
You can find us on www.tlsportaircraft.com.
Trey, outstanding, and we really appreciate you joining us today, man, and appreciate all the information, and good luck with the new STOL aircraft.
Thank you.
Well, Randy?
Yeah, we'll definitely come by and see you.
Yep. So, show's going good. I've been watching people streaming in here. It's getting crowded here. So this is amazing, and it's only going to get better as the week goes on. So we're going to take a little break, get some words from our sponsors. We'll come back for another segment here soon.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Aerospace podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time. Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open flight line access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for two spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what SunFun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily, limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the SunFun website at www.flysnf.org.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Getting tired of just grabbing a stale granola bar for breakfast? Want something different and more filling? You may want to try the vintage breakfast in a cup. This yummy breakfast in a cup has eggs, cheese, sausage, and grits. Coffee, water, and lemonade are also available. Breakfast in a cup is served all week from 7 to 10 a.m. at the Vintage Headquarters building, located near the East Exhibit Gate.
Hello aviation enthusiasts, experience the excitement of show planes at Sun and Fun. Witness the stunning array of aircraft in our show plane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
For the first time ever at Sun and Fun, we're thrilled to host the Academic Drone Soccer League World Cup on the evenings of Thursday, April 3rd and Friday, April 4th at the Aerospace Pavilion. Drone soccer inspires students to pursue aerospace and science education and career opportunities by providing a hierarchy of competitions and events that highlight student skills in engineering, aviation, teamwork, and leadership. Get ready for an action-packed showdown as teams take to the air in this high-energy competition.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, where we are turning up the fun at 51. This is pilot Jim G. with Uncontrolled Aerospace host Jack Hodgson, coming to you from the Sun and Fun radio deck. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jim. How you doing? It's a beautiful day here. Beautiful day.
Absolutely. A little warm, but just as you'd expect in Central
and
Florida.
I'm meeting so I've been involved with the radio station in various roles for a long time now, but this is the first time I've been a team announcer, and I've talked with so many interesting people this morning. It's just been fascinating. So many amazing things, and this is only day one.
No,
but
this is our learning as we interview people. And speaking of learning, our next guest is very much
smooth, Jim. Smooth. I like it.
Oh, that's why they pay me the big bucks. Yep. Our next guest, Karen, Karashek.
Very close, Kalashek.
Oh, man. I should have rehearsed that.
Up close.
Karen is with NAFI, the National Association of Flight Instructors. And you guys have a booth here at Sun and Fun. And we are so happy to have you here on the deck to talk with us about what's going on in the world of flight instruction.
Well, thank you for having me, and so nice to see you, Jack and Jim. And you're right, it's a beautiful day. I came down from Wisconsin, Green Bay, as a matter of fact. Happens to be the sponsor of Sun and Fun.
Nice.
Yep.
What's the weather up there today? That's what I want to know.
I can tell you it was snowing when I left.
That's what I'd always I come from Boston, so I can't really can't talk because we can get some winter weather up there this time. But it always amuses me that we're down here in the Sun and Fun, and many years we hear from our friends up in Wisconsin who tell us it snowed today. So welcome to Lakeland.
It is wonderful to be here yet again,
and
it's always exciting. I look forward to making presentations again this year.
Yeah.
So
tell us what's going on in the NAFI world these days.
Oh, we have so much going on. We're in Hangar A this year, where we've been for a number of years, and in addition to Sun and Fun, we'll be involved in yet another very first conference in May in Las Vegas, the Aero Summit. We'll be presenting a CFI track for training at AirVenture. We're actually expanding to 2 locations this year.
2 locations at AirVenture. Fantastic.
Yeah, so that's exciting for us. And we'll be hosting our 3rd national conference later this year in September. So that has been a phenomenally successful event. Still fairly close to the first one, but it's been growing. So CFIs, 300 of your favorite fellow CFIs to come and hangar talk with for 2.5 days. That's pretty exciting.
And where's the September conference being held?
That will be at the MAPS Museum in Akron, Canton.
Okay, very good. We were talking a few minutes before our going on air about finding an instructor, and that's important to everybody here who is either learning to fly or is a pilot, because pilots are always learning, as we know. And Jack, you and I have both flown with a number of instructors over the years.
Yep.
Depending on whether you're starting out, doing a flight review, adding a rating, you'll have different instructors for different purposes. And how does NAVI help us find an instructor who's right for us?
Well, we have find a NAFI member instructor on our website. So obviously someone who's a member of NAFI is committed to being a good flight instructor, because our vision is actually safer pilots through excellence in flight instruction, and our mission is to promote excellent flight instruction with advocacy, mentorship, and education. So as you can imagine, we offer a plethora, over 1,000 different items of educational content for not only CFIs, but anyone can join our organization. So that is a great benefit. We actually have a growing cadre of student pilots who found us. Part of the benefit, just one of them, is a 33% discount on ForeFlight, which more than pays for the membership. And
there you go.
And we actually have a show special. But talking more, Jim, as you had mentioned, how important it is to have a good flight instructor.
Yep.
Because unfortunately, as in any profession, there's some people that are better and some people that are not as better. So,
and it goes beyond just a good instructor. You need the right instructor. There can be many good instructors, but they may not all be good for every particular student, and getting that match to work harmoniously is a challenge.
That's true. In fact, my very first instructor wasn't a good match for me. In fact, I never finished when I first took lessons, I didn't finish. I got through solo, and it wasn't as much fun as I thought. And part of it was a difference in his teaching style and my learning style. And I was too young to realize that was an issue.
Yep.
And that's what can happen. If you have an experienced flight instructor, they've worked with enough people and they've understood that you tailor the way you teach to that individual. Some people, they could be, for example, auditory learners. The majority of people are visual learners. Some people are kinetic. So that's just one of the many things that a flight instructor has to consider.
That's very interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So are there any particular traits or attributes of an instructor that you recommend people be aware of as they're kind of looking through the potential instructors? I mean, do you find that is it your experience that most student pilots, whether they're primary student pilots or instrument at whatever level, do they have a hard time finding a selection of instructors, or are there plenty available?
Well, at this point, as we know, there's been a huge growth in pilot certificates being issued, and that means that there's been a lot of growth in the flight instruction industry. And now with a bit of a pullback for hiring people for the airlines, that means you have a lot more people that are continuing as flight instructors. Now,
right. But we have to be careful about that, because someone who is an instructor because they love teaching is different from somebody who is an instructor because they need to have instructional experience to move on.
Exactly. And it's not to say a new flight instructor would be a poor instructor by any means.
No, we don't know that at all. But we know that's not their life objective.
Right. So a lot of it is finding out that person's philosophy. A good idea, if you think about it, anyone who's taking instruction at any level, they're paying a lot of money. They're a consumer of that service of learning to fly. So why would they do anything that wasn't efficient, that wasn't working well for them? It'll be like buying something that doesn't fit you well, but paying a lot of money for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really important up front to get that fit, talking to potential flight instructors about what a reference is. How do you teach? What is your plan? And seeing if it works with that individual, because you come at it with your own expectations, and you have to make sure that they can modify to meet your expectations, or you could run into that possibility of not having a proper learner-instructor fit.
Yep. And I shared with you an experience I had where I failed to ask those questions up front. Ended up with, this is a flight review situation, but ended up with an instructor next to me whose style and mine were dramatically different. And we just butted heads the entire time, and I couldn't wait to land and get this gentleman out of my airplane. Yeah. And that's not a good way to do it.
And I've always felt like that's an important piece of advice right there, which is that you're flying with a particular instructor, and I think most of the time it's not that they're bad, it's just that they have a different style that doesn't work for you or whatever. Don't be shy about making a change. I mean, be polite about it, all right? But I think the instructor wants it to be a good match as much as the student does. Is that your experience? Does that make sense to you?
Yep. Professional instructors themselves will recognize when it's not a good fit, and they should bring it up with the learner themselves, but that doesn't always happen. So again, if the learner realizes they're PIC of their training experience as well.
Yep.
If they have that mentality, I need to do what's best in every situation. Sometimes it's finding another instructor.
Yeah. We're starting to run out of time here, but anything you wanted to talk about here that we didn't get to? We had such a nice conversation.
Well, I was going to invite people to come and join us. I'm actually a pilot examiner as well as an active flight instructor. So if anyone that would like to come and talk to a DPE or a flight instructor, we're fully staffed with volunteers.
And where are you located here on the grounds?
We're Hangar A, booth 80.
Excellent. And online you are?
www.nafementor.org.
Thank you very much.
It's been great to have you and a good discussion about how to look for a good flight instructor. Thanks for being with us here at Sun and Fun Radio. And we will be back to the deck after this commercial break.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/sunandfun.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
Calling all STOL pilots and backcountry aviation fans, the Bushwheel Base Camp is back. It's the home base for the 2025 STOL Invitational pilots and the perfect spot to connect, learn, and celebrate STOL flying. Enjoy daily and nightly activities like backcountry flying forums, safety talks, and STOL competition tips. Then kick back with jambalaya night, complimentary morning coffee, meet and greets, acoustic jam sessions, and craft beers. Come for the knowledge, stay for the camaraderie. Only at Bushwheel Base Camp.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm. Especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
On Saturday at 7 a.m. during Sun and Fun, you can join us for the Sun and Run 5K race. The race will begin on the terminal ramp, and during the run, you will be able to witness the launching of over 20 hot air balloons as the course winds its way down runway 523, taxiway Alpha, and across various other connecting taxiways and ramps to the finish line. We hope you can join us for one of the most unique 5K race courses in Florida. Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the Expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you to the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicap guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle. The Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun and Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from STOL demos, the Eurythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun and Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss. Sun and Fun's volunteer jet team hospitality ensures the comfort and enjoyment of our visiting jet team friends and family by offering hospitality services such as shuttle transportation, snacks and beverages, local information, and more to our guest jet teams. Additionally, they coordinate a meet and greet between the jet team and local youth groups, allowing them to experience Sun and Fun firsthand and create lasting memories. Thank you, Jet Team Hospitality, for making the Blue Angels feel welcome this year.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun at 51. This is Tom Frick, and joining me is Randy Bibb. Randy, it's still going good here.
Hey, Tom, the weather is cleared, light breeze, ready for an air show in just an hour or so, ready to get it going.
It is. So who do we have on the deck with us now?
Well, we have a gentleman that we've spoken to the last couple of years and has a, some items are luxury items, and before long, those luxury items become a must-have. Yes, a must-have for aviation. So this gentleman, Dean, can you help me with that last name?
Syracusa.
Just like it's spelled, right?
Right.
Dean's introduced us a couple of years back to just a fantastic line of aviator eyewear. It's based on what I know, it fits perfectly under your headset. You can sit on this thing, it won't break, it won't stain, it won't touch. So anyway, well, let us just tell us what you got going on, Dean.
Sure. I've been a pilot for plus 30 years now, and I was tired of the pain and pressure and noise leaks under my headset when I wore sunglasses or prescription eyeglasses. I was tired of that pain and decided to do something about it, and started Flying Eyes in 2013. And we've been growing ever since. And we have a big booth actually right near you, near the Sunset Grill.
We can see it from here.
Exactly. And so I patented glasses that fit under helmets and headsets. And that's kind of a mouthful. But it means that there are no other eyewear that might make claims that they fit under a helmet or headset, but only ours do. Like literally you'll forget you're wearing them. And it's hard to imagine how different they are. But if you... the temples are a millimeter thin and very, very flexible. You can't break them. And he was saying that, they're unbreakable. The frames and the lenses are the frame front and the temples, the arms, are made out of the same material. So you can drop them, you can sit on them. Don't worry about it. They are unbreakable. But it's the real secret to our glasses is that those temples are a millimeter thin and flexible, and you don't feel them under your headset.
Under your headset.
Yep, or helmet.
I wear a pair of glasses. Matter of fact, these glasses I have on, and they're the transition lenses. Sure. And I really do have to, and I'm a fly jets, and I really do have to pull these glasses from under the A30 noise canceling headset and rest the earpiece on top of my on top of my headset while flying at 45,000 feet.
He's modeling it as you're describing it,
and that's a common thing that people were doing. Or a lot of times, there's a study in 2018 about airline pilots not wearing glasses. Why? Because modern pilots are wearing A&R headsets, active noise canceling headsets. They are much tighter fitting, clamping force, and they're not wearing sunglasses because it interferes with their headsets, and they can't see the instrument panel. And they can't see the instrument panel because they might be wearing polarized, or the tint might be a solid tint, so it's dark from the top to the bottom. We sell a gradient tint. We sell whatever you like. We have 300 different variations of glasses that you can buy here at our booth.
Wow.
And we don't stock inventory. We make the glasses for you in a couple of minutes. We have lenses and we have frames. You pick the frame and the frame finish and the lens tint that you want, a mirror or just a gradient gray, whatever you like. In about 2 minutes, we build them for you, and then you walk out the door with your brand new Flying Eyes.
I read a story years ago about a transatlantic pilot that ate about 6 hours of sun.
Yeah.
On every leg,
Yeah.
And he didn't wear sunglasses.
Yep.
And very early in his career, he had macular degeneration.
That's right.
Because, and it's something we really don't think about, but you really need some eye protection, especially up there when the rays are much more intense at 45,000 feet, and the radiation is much more up there. So.
UV light goes up logarithmically with altitude. So at altitude. When you're at 35,000 feet, it's equivalent to double or triple time in a suntan in a tanning booth. It's crazy how strong they are. And it's just real important. Macular degeneration is an issue, and we're helping to solve that so that you can keep your eyes healthy throughout your career.
You're making me feel so much better about my days at 450. Yeah.
Right?
So I wanted to, real quick,
Yeah.
so you went through all this stuff and figured out these glasses aren't fitting and you wanted to make
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
What we didn't mention, what's the name of your company?
Flying
Right?
Eyes.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
Buried the lead.
Yeah. We got to hear that you were the owner of the company, but
Exactly.
I don't think we said the name of the company.
Yeah,
so
Flying Eyes Optics. Flying Eyes Optics is our company. Like I said, we're just right here by you guys. And we have a website, flyingeyesoptics.com. And you can Google Flying Eyes or Flying Eyes Optics, and you'll go right to our website.
Right?
Yeah.
And the booth number is?
It's booth NE40.
NE40, okay.
And we actually have opticians on staff here at the event. If you need, we don't measure your prescription, but
if you bring a prescription.
You bring a prescription, and we need additional measurements to get a really, really good prescription. We measure your pupillary distance and fitting height, our opticians do, and in about a week or two, we'll send you your Flying Eyes glasses with prescription lenses.
Okay, so the ones that you send out the door are the non-prescription
Just non-prescription.
type? Right, yep. And then,
Well, we also do
by the
carry...
way, you're doing that right here in the tent here.
We do.
On site here at Sun and Fun.
Buy, all
So
of our
you
glasses.
customize all your glasses right here.
Yep. And not only that, if you just need readers, like you might be over 40, presbyopia is a thing. If you you just need readers, you have good distance vision. We sell non-prescription readers as sunglasses and clear that you can buy here, and you just need to be able to see your instrument panel or your iPad, your ForeFlight. It's great. In fact, I'm wearing them right now. These are non-prescription readers.
Are they?
And,
So
and
they're,
that's what they
are they progressive?
No,
Turn
no,
your
they're
side.
just-
Oh, no, I can
they're
see it now.
just-
Yeah,
they're
now I
just,
can see
readers.
it. Yeah.
So how many styles of frames do you guys have at this point?
We have 14 different frame shapes right now. We have each frame shape has anywhere from 2 to 5 different finishes, like this glossy or this honey colored and the matte black, and we have tortoise and clear and different variations of that. And then of lenses, we have a dozen different mirror lens options, whether it's mirror or a gradient gray or solid gray. We do sell polarized. If somebody really wants polarized, we'll sell those as well. But we sell very few polarized lenses.
So you were telling me you said you have a anti-glare or
we do. We have a high
that's
contrast.
non-polarized?
Yeah, we have a high contrast lens that is not polarized that basically helps to block glare better. But at the end of the day, the nice thing is even the gradient tint lenses that we carry is actually darker. Is actually darker at the top than a typical sunglass lens. There's different class of tints, and if you get really, really dark, it's not really legal to drive with.
Right.
Well, the nice thing is in a gradient, it can be that dark at the top, and lighter a little lighter at the bottom. So you're
literally
getting
just a tilt of a head.
You're getting that really dark sunglass tint at the top to block the sunlight, and really easy to see the panel because of that.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's what we do.
So we're coming up on just a little over a minute left.
Yeah.
Anything we didn't cover? Anything you'd like to tell us?
Yeah, that we sell sunglasses, just non-prescription sunglasses and eyeglasses. All of our lenses, whether they're clear or tinted or prescription, block 100% of UV light.
Are you launching any new products this year?
We will be introducing some new frame shapes later this year. I can't tell you much more about that, but we try to introduce some new frame shapes every year.
Maybe at that other air show, perhaps?
Right, yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, people don't realize, a lot of people think that polarization blocks UV light. It's not. It has nothing to do. Polarization blocks glare on snow and ice and water. Our lenses block 100% of UV light, even in the clear lenses.
Nice. So we're coming up on about 30 seconds. Give us the booth number again, website.
Northeast 40, near Sunset Grill, and flyingeyesoptics.com.
All right. Dean, we really appreciate you joining us, and
Thanks for having me.
good luck
Appreciate
and
it.
have a great week, man.
Here's some airplanes warming up out there.
It's getting better.
Sun's out.
Yeah.
I saw a high-speed flyby just a few minutes ago. It was
F-16.
awesome. It's
That
like
was
we're
awesome.
underway.
Getting close, Sun and Fun, yeah.
All right, guys, so we're going to take a little break here and listen to some of our sponsors, and then we'll come back for another segment here in just a little while.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms Breakfast.
Get ready to party with a purpose at the Bash, Sun and Fun's signature fundraising event. Join us Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Florida Air Museum. Enjoy a cocktail reception, delectable cuisine, and exciting silent and live auctions. Every dollar raised supports the Aerospace Center for Excellence's year-round STEM education programs, shaping the future of aviation. Don't miss this unforgettable evening. Get your tickets now at flysnf.org/activities.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you gotta go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss. Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning the fun up to 51.
Good afternoon, Jack.
That's the slogan this year.
That's the slogan.
And so okay. Dave was experimenting. Shalver was experimenting with different slogans earlier. I liked some of his as well.
Yeah, they were good. They were good.
Yeah, so...
we're alive and live. I don't know. He had some sort of rhyming one.
He was on a little roll there with a bunch of different little slogans, and we're gonna have to capture them from the recording and figure out whether we like any of them. But that was fun, and we're having fun here at day one of Sun and Fun 2025, and continues to be a beautiful day. We're slowly sneaking up on the air show time for this first day, and the skies are clearing. And as Amanda warned us, it's going to be a very, very warm day. So it's going to be a pleasant day in many regards, but you make sure you're drinking your water and using your sunscreen, because it's going to be. She described it as one of the warmest weeks that we've seen at Sun and Fun in quite some time. So be careful about that. We're joined this block by a great friend, an old friend, a long friend of Sun and Fun Radio, and quite frankly of myself from years ago. That's Dave Pasco. Hi, Dave. How are you?
Hey, Jack. Great to be here.
You should move a little closer to that microphone.
Or it to you.
Yeah.
I am closer.
There you go.
That's
much better. Welcome. We, particularly Dave Schellbetter, is not shy about calling attention to the fact that LiveATC.net is a tremendous benefactor of this program. You've been a terrific help, both in terms of providing streaming services and also just...
And I would jump in to say that I'll bet you we have people listening right now on LiveATC.net.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
Yeah. Were you the founder of LiveATC.net? What's the history? What's this backstory for LiveATC.net?
So the really short story is I was involved in a flight simulation network, and when I got my initial private pilot certificate in 2001, then went on to instrument training, I needed to listen to some frequencies that were not close to my home. So my youngest brother actually let me put some radios at his house right near Boston, and that's where the frequencies I was trying to hear that I wanted to learn from. And I said, okay, I'm in this flight simulation group, let's let them listen as well. And I said, all right, I know how to build a website, I know how to do audio streaming, which was a little bit nascent back then, much compared to today. And that was the beginning of it. And then it just crowdsourced from there. And so people said, what about, well, you have Boston. What about, hey, JFK is a really busy airport in New York. And then it just mushroomed from there.
Yeah. A lot of airports around the world are available through liveatc.net. Are you still adding new ones?
We're adding new ones all the time. In fact, that's one of the largest activities that occurs on a daily basis, is keeping up with that growth. And there's been some technological changes that have enabled that to accelerate over the years compared to the kinds of equipment that we used to use that were, don't scale as well. It's, heavier receivers, and with miniaturization and with gains in other forms of technology, software, we've been able to make that a lot smaller package that enables us to get those frequencies in any place around the world on there.
How does that work? So if someone were inclined to help out, I would presume they would need to have a location that's conducive. Assuming they're close enough to an airport or to the radio that you want to hear, how do they get involved? What's the step-by-step?
So usually they contact us and say, hey, I'm near this airport, and this is where I live. And we find their location. We look at a bunch of technical things that relate to how good they're going to be able to pick up the signals, and that's a prerequisite, obviously. And we do our best to try to do that vetting. And then either they have equipment that they want to utilize that's sitting on a shelf somewhere, or they don't, and then we provide equipment to them. We could either sell them equipment if they want to own it, in it to eternity, or we do like a long-term loan of equipment, and that includes the antenna, that includes the radio receiver part of it, and all they have to do is basically plug it in if we're sending them the stuff. If not, we send them the instructions, they set it up, and all of a sudden those channels will now appear. So
and you pay them to rent the spot in their house?
No, so it's very much like ADSB. Everybody's familiar with Flight Radar 24 and FlightAware, and it's the same model, except that picking up ADSB signals is very easy, because all you really need to do is have a view of the sky. It's only half true for listening to pilots talking to ATC. Very easy to hear the airplanes, okay, because they're line of sight generally. Not as easy to hear the air traffic controllers, and that really dictates you have to be relatively close to the airport, or you have to be up on a hill or somehow have a path where you can get those signals.
Because the transmitters that the towers use are not that strong.
They're not that strong. They generally use the FAA transmitters are generally like 10 watts of power, which is, pretty low. And some of them are in locations that are easy to pick up, and some of them are literally like 20 feet off the ground at the airport.
Right.
And so it's very difficult. It's much more challenging.
Yeah.
So we try to locate at or near the airport, not too far away. Generally, that range is something like 7 or 8 miles. And if you're, say, within 5 is a very safe number. If you're within 5 miles, generally we can make it work.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to streaming Sun and Fun Radio here this week, are you streaming a lot of the radio traffic that's going on? How many streams you got here?
Basically all the radio traffic. We have probably, 7 or 8 streams running. So the two, the North and South Tower. We have a special setup that's enabled by another radio friend of mine out near Lake Parker. So all of the
a
visual
very notable
approach.
location in the approach.
Exactly. So a lot of people like to listen to that, but they listen to everything. So we have the ground, everything from clearance delivery all the way on up, including the departure monitors and the ATIS, and basically everything there is to listen to. We have it for Sun and Fun, and the same thing for other events that we cover.
Yeah. Now, how many streams do you have overall in the entire network?
We are just about sort of nearing like 4,000. We're a little over 4,000, and things go up and down at different times, and that's comprised of like at least 1,500 airports.
Mm-hmm.
There are some countries we don't operate in due to regulations prohibiting the rebroadcasting of air traffic control and various other things, but very wide coverage in the United States, Canada, places like Australia, Switzerland. There are the Netherlands. We have very wide coverage. So there's a lot of international coverage. But in some places it's harder because infrastructure may not be as good, and just due to population density, finding somebody who would be interested in doing it. Generally, the people that help out are people who also have a vested interest in listening. They might be pilots, they might be flight instructors or a flight school, and they can make use of the recordings because we record everything that comes through the system. So
we've heard the recordings often used in news reporting after incidents, and they go right to LiveATC first for the recordings.
Yeah.
Right. Do you have a sense of, since you don't have to sign up, it's free to listen to, do you have a sense of your listenership?
Yeah, so it's pretty hard to gauge because the listenership is, I kind of define it by not just people who are listening live at any given time, but also people who consume the archives.
Yeah.
But it's certainly in excess of 1 million, kind of audience.
Yeah.
So
I know you got to run off. Thanks for taking some time here. I do have one final question though. So I know if we go to liveatc.net website, it will tell us what streams are the most popular at any given moment. Are there any sort of undiscovered gems that you particularly like that don't get a lot of listeners?
My interest area is largely in general aviation because I'm a pilot, and I like to listen to busy airports that are they might not show up in the top 50 or even always in the top 10, but those that have an interesting mix of traffic from Cessna 172s to business jets, maybe even a military flight coming in every now and then. I find the art of air traffic control is very interesting to me, and having done it in a simulation, but as a pilot and as a controller in a simulated environment, I find the ability of controllers to handle that mix of traffic really interesting. So Centennial Airport in Colorado is like one of those. Hanscom Airport, that's very close to us
near
in
our
Boston.
stomping grounds, yeah, right.
Things like that, but I don't have any one single favorite. I have to listen to all of them. So it's a lot.
Yeah, that's very cool.
My favorite feed is Sun and Fun Radio.
Sun
actually,
and Fun Radio. Yeah, you also stream a lot of them from the air show up the road too when
That's
the summertime
correct.
comes up. So, anyways, thank you, Dave Pasco of LiveATC.net, a tremendous benefactor of aviation in general, but Sun and Fun Radio. We really appreciate everything.
Really
you
has
do.
changed people's ability to learn how to listen to air traffic control. Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Jim, we're sneaking up on air show time here. I think we got another block here.
One more block to go,
and then we're going to hear the air show. But in the meantime, you're listening to Sun and Fun Radio from Sun and Fun 2025.
We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the Expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the metal shaping workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun Workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Sarah and I founded Shoreline Aviation Insurance to fill the gap in personal service and experience. Our team has over 100 years of aviation experience combined. We understand our customers' needs from their perspective. That's the Shoreline advantage. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, we've done it. You get a real person when you call. Relationships with our customers and underwriters are key to our success. You can contact us at shorelineaviationinsurance.com or 800-747-0825.
Hey Sun and Fun fans, we have a new area called the Sandbar, which will be co-located with our light plane area in Paradise City and will house food trucks, a large shade tent, picnic tables, and benches. The best part? Sun and Fun Radio will be piped in so you won't miss a single thing from our great interviews to the daily air shows, night shows, and sunset aerial circus. Turn up the fun at 51 and get your tickets now for the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida, April 1st through 6th, 2025.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily. So you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. We have all kinds of opportunities to volunteer, from fly-in support to educational events and field trips at many year-round community events. Volunteers earn valuable benefits, but you'll gain new friendships and experience new adventures. Find out more and get started. Just visit volunteer.flysnf.org for more info about volunteer opportunities at the Aerospace Center for Excellence and the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in the part by the Green Bay Austin Strawbell International Airport.
Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, turning up the fun in 51. My name is Tom Frick. I am joined by
Jack Hodgson
and Jim Goldman.
And this is, you know who this is?
You know who this
is? The man behind the curtain.
This is the man behind the curtain.
Man behind
the man
the
who's
curtain.
pulling
Pay
all the
no
strings.
attention to the man behind
and that's
the
what I was
curtain.
just going to say. The man who made day one of Sun and Fun Radio at the 25 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
A huge success.
They had to pry me back from behind the curtain.
Yeah,
I was going to just stay hidden back there, but, you know, everybody's having such a great time out here. I figured I'd come
and they
join
all
you.
said their name, and you are?
I'm Derek Legassi.
There you go.
Yeah, and we've mentioned Derek a couple times this morning about
Sure.
all the work he did in putting this stuff together, both the practical things for any given year, the last few years, but also building out this video system is
And Derek,
pretty impressive.
when did you start on this year's Sun and Fun?
This year's Sun and Fun, well, technically...
Besides the day after last year's.
I was going to say, this is the day after last year's, but this is really a culmination of efforts from previous years. You know, I'd say maybe this is like 2-3 years in the making. A remarkable amount of work from our volunteers behind the scenes in terms of just putting together some resources and testing stuff out and building the fine facilities we have here at Sun and Fun Radio. You know, it's really, I can't say it's all me. It's a team effort. So shout out to my guys inside there in the booth. You know, we got my father working behind the board and a lot of very fine volunteers. We got Will on video and say people new and old and experienced. Every single year, something great's happening here at Sun and Fun Radio.
Yeah. Well, and tell me the great thing this time. I mean, you got these cameras on the
Yeah.
deck here. We used them all last year, but what'd you set up this morning?
What I set up this morning, well, a couple of you folks, if you've been tuning in, you've been looking at the video feed that we show during our breaks. So we're not always talking here on the deck. All of us need to, you know, change out our announcements and get ready for the next program for you. So usually you're looking out on the street, on Clubhouse Row, just in front of Sun and Fun. You can see all the action here, all the folks checking out all the fine vendors and aircraft. But today, I just got online a feed from Paradise City.
Yeah.
The grass stripped down across the field, so you can actually see up close and personal the fine aviating activities that are going on over there in real time while you're waiting for us to come back to the deck and tell you more about what's going on.
Now, Paradise City is the area where Sun and Fun puts on light sport, ultralight, paramotors, hang gliders, and all
Small
that kind
rotorcraft, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And all those kinds of airplanes, and it's not in the central spotlight. You do have to go over there if you want to see it, but having that camera feed gives people a flavor for the variety that we have here at
And
Sun
what
and
they're
Fun.
missing over there.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I mean, anyone who comes to this thing and doesn't go check out Paradise City has missed something.
They've
big.
missed
Yeah.
something really big here. I mean, it's such a huge campus, but still.
Especially right after. My favorite time over there is right after the Daily Air Show. When, you know, it's like once the airspace is cleared and they're allowed to fly, they start having all kinds of interesting small airplanes doing takeoffs and landings down there, flybys, and it's a very, very cool place. You know, used to be known as simply the ultralight field, but as that segment of aviation
has diversified, right?
There's all kinds of aircraft down there.
Right. Power parachutes and my favorite weight shift control aircraft.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, speaking of all the fine aircraft they have down there, I'm pleased to announce that we are not just stopping with one small camera down at Paradise City. Starting tonight on the Sun and Fun Radio feed, we're going to bring out a couple more of our pieces of equipment, and we'll be covering the Sunset Aerial Circus at Paradise City. We'll be bringing over some of the commentary from their folks over there, and then our cameras so you can get an eye on what's happening there. And all of those aircraft and much, much more will be right here on the airwaves after the main air show programming.
Very cool. Very cool. So what else is going on? As I mentioned earlier, we're sneaking up on the Daily Air Show here.
We are. Like I said, another successful start to a Sun and Fun.
I know, and I have to say, I thank you, all of you, those of you who have been doing this for a while. This is my first year as a full-time, if you will, member of the announcing team, and it's fun, and it's been interesting to meet all these people that I've met and chatted with, and it's quite an experience.
I learn a lot sitting here and being able to ask people about what they're up to and what they're presenting, and it's a great way to learn about what's going on in the aviation industry and the subset of that's here at Sun and Fun.
Oh, absolutely. And even their stories on how they got there in the first place.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
Their aviation stories, and then, they found a love in aviation and they start a business, or they start a nonprofit, and off they are, and now they're doing something that's worthwhile to the whole community, and to the community at large. It's just really cool stories out there.
Yeah.
And you're right, it's fun to talk to these people.
It is a lot of fun.
And the community is such a small world. I mean, you run into folks, and everybody has ties to maybe somewhere that we flew before, or somewhere where we trained before, or somewhere we've been before. And, you just see the vast expanse of the grounds out in front of us over here, and it's just real touching when you get these stories, and then they feel so close to home.
Absolutely. And it's funny how you always run into people who know somebody that you know or whatever.
Exactly.
And I always say that to people, that, aviation is a massive industry with a very small community.
Very small community.
Absolutely.
You're not going to be in aviation very long before you start running into people you know.
And
or
we can
that somebody knows
celebrate that.
you, or you know somebody else.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
So,
what did we discover about the air show? Did we still have that piece of paper?
So
here?
somebody stole our air show list. It was sitting right here.
Hey, engineers, anybody got a spare air show paper back there that we could take a peek at?
Yeah.
Let's see if they can hand it through the window. Oh, and the Dave's approaching the podium,
Uh-oh.
folks.
Oh,
no, boy.
the boss just showed
Oh,
up.
no.
Here we go. Our illustrious leader, Mr. Dave Schalbetter.
Oh, here we are.
I made copies.
Wait, this just in. The air show schedule has just been handed to me.
I was
trying to remember what that sound was like.
So the air show starts at 1 o'clock with the traditional flag drop and jump by Hammond skywriting behind them, followed by a number of air show aerobatic demonstrations and warbird demonstrations, and they are intermixed this year. So it looks like they're going back and forth between aerobatics and warbirds.
Yeah.
Tom, what do you think?
I'm sorry.
I try not to. It hurts.
I'll jump in here and observe that I find it notable that one of the air show acts listed on this piece of paper is Amazon Arrival.
Well, there's an air show act.
Yes.
That's actually that is not the air show act. That is the air show schedule.
Yes, I understand.
And we are all friends, and we're all neighbors, and we all share the airport, and we take a break during our air show to accommodate our friends and neighbors at Amazon.
Of course we do.
And
Nobody
of
wants
But the funny thing was that
since it's their field most of the year.
the funny thing is that last year they had the sign out in the field. It was like, this is the best spot to watch the air show from, and they call it the prime viewing area.
Yeah.
And somebody took a picture with prime viewing area in the foreground and an Amazon jet, a big prime jet. It's like, yeah, they're not wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, we're all airplane lovers over here.
That's
There's
right.
nothing wrong with a fine Boeing aircraft doing a nice pass here for us all
couldn't
to
agree
enjoy.
more. That's
right?
what I was going to say. I make jokes, but those are cool airplanes too.
Yeah.
And if the pilot bounces it on landing, we know it's made by Boeing, Boeing, Boeing.
You had to go there, Dave, didn't you?
Had to go there, didn't you?
I'm getting a look.
If you're going to bounce a landing, you might as well do it when 50,000 people are
Exactly.
watching.
nothing like sliding it in out sideways.
Well, I'm sure that's a great surprise when they would come out on final after a long flight and go, "Oh, geez, it's a landing with a show."
Look, folks, they've
got an
lined up.
audience.
They're making a big old party over our arrival today.
Precisely.
Or can you imagine being in on final and looking up ahead? You're 5 miles out and you're seeing aerobatics and smoke trails over the runway. It's like, guys, I'm coming in Amazon heavy. I'm on final.
You know what I call that? A good day at the office.
That's right. No, good day at the office is the day I got a ride in Sun and Fun Stearman. We were told Lua at the runway, and we had to line up and wait for Fifi, sitting in a Stearman, having Fifi and waiting for Fifi to land in front of us. I sent the video to Jack, or I shared the video with Jack, and he's like, "Is that Fifi?" I said, "Yep."
A lot
That's
of great
the stuff
things
right
on
there.
this. A lot of great things on this air show schedule. We got P-51s and T6s and easy. It says easy. I'm assuming that's a long easy. Decathlons, a pair of RVs, a sort of RV jet, RV flight team. Foxjet glider team is going to be here. F-16, F-35.
Yeah.
Heritage flight with an F-35 and F-16 and a P-51. That'll be beautiful. Yeah, it's going to be a great air show. And
It is,
just,
and it's starting in very shortly.
and it's
so
just the first. Of
I want to thank everybody for listening today and watching on the stream. Remember, we're going to stream the air show as well, and stay tuned because tonight we do the Sunset Aerial Circus live on our YouTube and Facebook videos.
And then we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Thanks for listening, folks.